Ask you a question. Sure. I do not know what the protocol is for Scottsville last week the vacancy for the chairman. Do you know that there's no ethics longevity on the commission?
We don't have a set procedure. So if there's a vacancy in the chair, next month's meeting we'll have an organizational meeting, and you can select a new chair. Anyone can nominate anyone themselves.
We'll see how it goes.
Good evening. My name is Matt Lawless, and I'm the Scottsville Town Administrator. You're now viewing the Scottsville Town Council and Scottsville Planning Commission joint meeting for Monday, January 21st, 2021. This meeting is being held pursuant to and in compliance with the Town of Scottsville's ordinance on the continuity of government during the COVID-19 disaster. The public officials who are electronically or physically present at this meeting are Planning Commissioners Lindsay Brown, Lisa Caltabiano, Joshua Peck, Sherry Lambert, and Shannon Strassner, and Town Council members Ron Smith, Lindsay Brown, Zach Bullock, Dan Gritzko, Laura Malusi, Stuart Munson, and Eddie Payne. Town staff members are also present for this meeting. The public has several opportunities to observe and participate in this meeting. These are listed at the entrance to the town office and on the town website. Participation will include the opportunity to comment on relevant matters. Thank you so much for your participation and involvement in Scottsville local government. If you're viewing this meeting in the future on the town's YouTube channel, thank you very much. We have just a couple of minutes until our posted meeting start time, so I'll mute this camera and audio line for just a couple minutes while we get set up. You can skip ahead 2 or 3 minutes on your video if you'd like. Thank you very much.
Matt, you and Ron are both muted there.
Everybody that hears the first public hearing is welcome to stay for the second public hearing. But if you make comments during the first public hearing, everybody that's going to be here for the second public hearing is going to hear your comments. So whether you want to stand up and talk again, that's up to you. Feel free to do so if you so desire. So I'm going to turn the meeting over to our planning commission.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Josh. I'm the current chairman of the Planning Commission. I will go ahead and call our meeting to order. Can I have a roll call?
Is Commissioner Brown with us?
Ms. Caltabiano?
Here.
Mr. Peck?
Here.
Ms. Lambert?
Here.
Ms. Strasser?
Here.
So you have one.
All right. Has everyone had a chance to review the agenda?
Yes.
Do we see anything that we need to adjust, or do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Or none opposed? All right. So we'll be moving to zoning map amendments for review as requested by town council. Beginning with 3A, a 19-acre lot on Bird Street, tax map number 130-43D, owned by Upper Bird Street LLC, proposed rezoned from industrial to village residential. I will go ahead and open the public hearing for this one. If you would like to come speak, just walk on up and take the stand.
I actually have to go to the airport shortly. But anyway, as far as the zoning amendment for the Bird Street, I have several concerns, and I'll try to be brief. First off, I've been involved with the issues with the tire factory for many years, even before it was bought, just like several of you. The current landowner has attempted to spot zone the property several times. He put in proposals that were made to break up the land and put in houses and not consider the whole property or address the factory. The same issue still remains, what to do with the factory. The factory is still heavy industry, so nobody wants to live next to a heavy industry. So I think the future zoning map needs to first address the factory. I don't think that area can be zoned for any houses until the factory is either renovated or demolished. Also, I think an environmental study of the hillside should be completed, because it is my understanding that the barren hillside was an industrial waste site for the original factory. Second, I think the zoning as village residential is inappropriate for that area if it does become housing. That zoning is more urban residential, something used in Charlottesville or Crozet. The village residential zoning allows by right for tiny 2,500 square foot lots, large triplexes and quadruplexes, none of which exist in Scottsville as far as I know. Many people's houses are 2,500 square feet, more like the size of a large apartment without land. That's really small. I think most of us moved to this small town to have at least some land and living space. This zoning is designed for the profit of a developer, but not for the benefit of the residents of the community. That kind of zoning on the hillside would not be harmonious with the land. It is out of character with the density and the type of houses in the rest of the town. I guess most people have been on the western side and walked that, and it's a beautiful rural area. There are two adjacent properties, Mr. Morris and Miss Martin, both about 3 acres each. So I think to preserve a sense of harmony in that area, the zoning should either be rural area zone or something that, like a village residential as defined by Albemarle County, which gives people some land and space. I think the Planning Commission could look at other types of zoning or design one that would create an appropriate, attractive, small neighborhood of single-family homes that fit in. So I just think that whole area needs to be looked at, and maybe take some time to really study it and look at other opportunities for developing that. That's fine. Thanks.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Susan Cable. You have already been sent my prepared comments, so I will try to be, because I wanted to raise some very serious questions that I hope you will keep in mind. I'll try to be brief, but a point of order, Mr. Chairman. We are not considering a 19-acre lot. It has not been rezoned yet. It is still a part of the 61-acre total parcel. Small point of order. Okay, 6 months ago, and it's 6 months to the day, the Planning Commission recommended and the Town Council adopted the Scottsville West Downtown Area Plan. I and Bill, and you'll hear from Matt Holt, we're all part of the Citizens Committee that worked with town staff to develop this plan. It's a good plan. This is the town's official planning document for the town, the West Downtown area, and for specifically the tire factory. As a matter of fact, it was the issues with tire factory that Bill has mentioned that initiated the need for a small area plan. The saga of the High Song Tire Factory and its surrounding 61-acre property is one of the longest reigning poker games in town. As collective representatives of the town charged with enhancing the welfare and quality of citizens, you currently hold the winning hand in this poker game, and that is the small area plan. I'm not going to go into all of it. You can read the plan about priorities that were set forth for, specifically for the tire factory. There were 5 of them. And this tonight only addresses one of them, which is rezoning of that particular parcel for residential. So it's a poker game and you have options. One of them is to take the time and develop a planned unit development ordinance, which will address the entire property. It offers the responsible developer greater creativity in designing the site, and it gives the town strict control over what happens on that site. The other option is to follow the split parcel zoning, which allows some, but not all, the portion of 61 acres to be rezoned for other uses. So you have 2 hands to play. If you go forward with this rezoning, it appears you have chosen the path of least resistance, and by addressing only one of these options. And in my estimation, it is the losing hand at this stage of the game. As Bill mentioned, you're allowing under village residential zoning, which I don't think is particularly out of line for what we hope to see on that site, or what the Citizens Committee envisioned originally. But on this 19-acre site, it allows for 13 houses by right, but with special use permit up to 79 dwelling acres. Except, of course, under the town ordinance, you can only develop up to 50 acres without having a second entrance to a state-maintained road. So that's keeping in mind. So what is the rush? The property owner has not submitted a conceptual development plan for the proposed residential development, let alone the whole site, nor has the property owner shown up in person for the game to discuss it with you to present his case. The devil is in the details, and it's a legitimate question to ask what those details are. So what is the rush? Why lock up prime, most buildable and lucrative portion of this site, thereby tying our hands for negotiating the redevelopment of the whole site? In the short and long-term interests of constituents, your action would be tantamount to folding your hand and handicap the game. Let me just digress and say that have had several conversations with a developer who is a successful developer in Charlottesville and other areas, who pointed out that without the ability to build residential housing, which is where the developer is going to get his money, there is no incentive to go ahead and develop the rest of the property, particularly with the issues that are involved in it. So you're cutting, you're tying their hands. And then you turn to the opposite side of the factory, and I know that this is not, you probably take this up as a separate rezoning issue, but the two of them go together. The opposite side of the factory, the proposed rezoning is to designate 14.2 acres of the wetlands adjacent to the CSS tracks and near the James River as a public park. That will be a good thing. This rezoning, but this rezoning is a condition eventually. This rezoning is a condition that the Virginia Outdoors Foundation has put on in exchange for awarding an $80,000 grant from the Commonwealth Preservation Trust Fund to the grantor, the property owner, for the purchase of an open space easement to conserve the conservation values of the wetland area and provide public access to future limited recreation facilities. According to the draft agreement of the easement, this open space easement will be held jointly by VOF, Virginia Outdoors Foundation, and the town of Scottsville. However, the grantor, the Lower Bird Street LLC, has not provided the required baseline documentation report on the current conditions of the subject parcel. And yet we know from previous phase 1 environmental assessments in 2002 and 2011, as reported in the 2019 Waukesha Consultants Report, which addressed the redevelopment of the factory itself, that the surrounding soils have been contaminated by deposition of toxic materials. No final reports have been made as to the extent of remediations completed, so we don't know how much of the contamination may have been spread by frequent flooding of the site throughout the site and into the ground of the future public park, or may have been deliberately disposed of in that location, because in the past wetlands have been notorious dumping grounds for toxic waste. So an important question is, what would be the potential risk to public safety and town liability when these wetlands are open to the public without a thorough, at least phase 2 environmental assessment, and perhaps even a deeper dive into what is really happening on that side? Let's leave the poker game for a minute and switch metaphors, because if you, the members of the Planning Commission and later the Town Council, choose to adopt these rezoning amendments, you are carving up the turkey. You will have handed out the juiciest, plumpest pieces of the bird by rezoning these two parcels, which account for over half of the property, half of the acreage of the property. And therefore, you're foregoing leverage and incentives for redevelopment of what is left, because what you have left is the carcass, a toxic, crumbling factory building site on a potentially contaminated floodplain. You're leaving it to rot in the sun for who knows how long. So back to the poker game. I'm asking you, please, we're asking you, the committee, please don't play against yourself. The winning hand in this game, unquestionably, would be to take the time to develop a planned unit ordinance. There are many examples in Albemarle County, Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, and any number of other jurisdictions in Virginia. Annie has pulled some of them for that matter. Application of a SPUD to the factory site would allow you to partner with a creative developer, with county and state agencies and private sector entrepreneurs to collaboratively address the multiple unknowns of environmental hazards in the ground as well as at the factory site itself, and the impact of redevelopment on the town's infrastructure, including water, sewer, schools, traffic, potential for increased flooding and a climate change environment, and that is a direct quote from the Scottsville area plan. These impacts do indeed represent a threat to the integrity of the nationally recognized historic downtown district and must be carefully considered. So I would urge you tonight to know when to hold them, to defer these proposed split parcel rezonings, to take on the task of redesigning and adopting a planned unit development ordinance, and to do due diligence in applying that ordinance to the entirety of the 61-acre site. Please play the right hand, win the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan, I got your entire comment here. I'll just add for clarity for future commenters, we will go through each of the agenda items and have public hearings on each of them. And our next one up will be the wetland portion of that. But if for now we could keep comment to the Upper Bird Street
My name is,
LLC portion.
Matthew Holt, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. It seems a little funny that all three of us from the committee that prepared the small area plan are here talking about what people think is what we recommended. So I'm just here to speak just a little bit of why we're all here. Or I can't speak for them, why I'm here, and I think why probably they're here too. It was kind of put in my face when we were discussing this before this meeting by people from the town. And it was said to me, well, this is what you guys recommended. Well, the committee, and I want to be clear on this, did not recommend for this property to be rezoned. That was something that came about at the last meeting. Wording was changed in it, and when we asked to have it changed back, we were told no. So what was presented to you all or to the council was not what we had put together. It was changed. And I think there was a difference between should and could or something rezoning. So I wanted to put that out there, and that's why I think you see people who technically made this small area plan coming here going, why are we doing this? Okay. So our plan was to treat the whole property as one, not to carve it up. And the plan was to be able to use possible rezoning of that area up there for negotiating, for leverage, to be able to get something to be done to the abandoned tire factory. Something to be done to maybe clean the area up. Something to be done to maybe have the wetlands donated to the town, not for us to purchase it for $80,000, things like that. So that was the plan of our committee. That wasn't what came across, but that was our plan. So there were also two concerns about possibly rezoning that. And each one has been mentioned. I'm just going to reiterate it very quickly. One was the impact of traffic. We know that the Bird Street area, the Harrison Street area is tight. We know we have narrow roads. We have public parking on the streets. We have no sidewalks. We know that there are incidences of cars that have been parked being hit by other cars. We know we have incidents of people's pets being hit on those roads. We know about that. We had an impact, I don't think it's an impact study, but a study that was presented to us in that, what was that? Anyway, that was presented to us, and it was talking about the impact. And it was showing that the impact of the town in that area for 2007 was like 1,600 trips or something to that effect. And then afterwards in 2017, without the plant, it was to 1,000. But in the bottom, it says to it, here it is. Let me just get my glasses, excuse me. Page 27 of it, it just shows, and this is brief, I don't believe this is an impact study, right? This is just numbers. So it's showing in 2007, 1,600 trips. It's showing 2017, 1,000. But it also shows, according to the Albemarle County planning threshold, that if you've got 1,000 trips, you need to do an impact study. That's what it's recommending. So when I said to the town administrators here that we're already maxed, I was told, well, that's kind of not fair to say. But that's kind of what it says. So the argument has been that there's nothing saying that we have a problem, but there's nothing saying we don't, right? So we've already heard two people saying that we need to do some studies. We don't know what's going on there. And before we rezone it and give people by right the ability to put more cars on that road, it would be due diligence, it would be responsible to actually do a study before you rezone it. And that was one of our issues with rezoning that area. What would be the impact of more traffic into that area? Only way in and out onto 20. And I wanted to point out too, between the planning board and the council, in the past, in the 70s, when we had that tire factory running, all traffic with tractor trailers came in through the train. It was on what we call a spur. It was never designed to come through our town. In the 70s, the town changed their mind, or the tire factory changed their mind, the town allowed it. And they allowed tractor trailers to drive in and out Bird Street, which was never, ever designed for it. And when that happened, we had signs being knocked down. We had road cars that were parked being hit. Thank God we had no one getting injured. And we had all sorts of issues with that, including every time a tractor trailer wanted to turn into or off of 20, the whole town was shut down sometimes for as long as 20 minutes, just to be able to get a tractor trailer out there. Now, we're not talking tractor trailer. What I am pointing out is the safety of the public. Now, public safety is different. Public safety is when we're not an ambulance can get in and out of the neighborhood, or a fire truck can get in and turn around. That's public safety. But the safety of the public was definitely not considered and definitely jeopardized by both these areas. And what I'm asking you guys is not to do that again. That's what I'm asking. And then the second thing that we had a concern about, was already brought up again, was that what is the environmental impact of disturbing that soil? We don't have studies up there. We don't know what's going on. We have an indication that we got some issues down below. We have all sorts of urban myths and stories of what used to go on up there. Who knows what's true? Simple fact is studies would be able to tell you that. And the question is, if you rezone that area and give people by right to build a minimum of 13 homes, do you give them the right to disturb that soil? Now, we're not going to do a love canal. That's from my time period. But anyone who studies any kind of environmental impact, that's like the first case study. We don't have that going on here. But we don't know what we have going on there. And so to me, it would be responsible. The committee felt it should be responsible. And some would think, and I know I would think, that it would all be negligent not to find out what's the impact of traffic before we rezone, and find out whether or not we can even build anything up there before we rezone. Thank you. And I have these three. These are the things we just said about them as the public record. Thank you. And thank you for giving us the time to speak. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for speaking.
Hi, my name is Lolly Lux. I live on Harrison Street in the Historic District, and I just have 2 comments about this process. The first one is that I believe the public sentiment of the town of Scottsville would be a little bit different if the actual owner and developer was applying for this rezoning versus the actual town. I think it would be taken a little bit more seriously. And number 2 would be the safety of the public. I have 2 small children. I know one of the attractions to Scottsville is the library, the amenities around town. And I just don't know if it's safe when 2 cars can't even pass on Harrison Street without hitting one another to add another 100 cars. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to us before we close the public hearing on 3A?
And is there anyone online that wants to participate?
I do not see any public comment here online.
All right, I will close the public hearing for 3A regarding the 19-acre lot on Bird Street. Now we will have discussion among planning commissioners. You have the floor.
What is the current definition of village residential?
You have the current village residential rezoning in place now. Planning Commission recommended out a package of amendments to that zone. Town Council has not adopted those amendments as law yet. It's their preference to consider both the map amendments and the text amendments together. So you can look at the current law for village residential and the proposed revisions to it. The revisions, like Mr. Heisen said, have the recommendations of increasing the cluster incentive, allowing some already existing housing types like duplexes to be put closer together on smaller lots with smaller setbacks. So
30.
To your question, you can look at both the currently in place village residential with a little bit larger lot sizes, but townhouses allowed, and the proposed revision, which takes away townhouses but allows smaller lot sizes. Is that clear? Okay.
Any other discussion?
I have lots of questions.
Bring them up, Lisa.
So regarding environmental assessments, well, actually, let me backtrack one step. The letter from the conservation group regarding the proposed change or moving that 14 acres into conservation easement. So that's not a done deal, and
If I could, point of order, could we limit the discussion to the 19-acre parcel and not the wetland just for this bit? I'm sorry, Lisa.
okay, so I guess my question is then.
Unless you think they interact together in a way that's important.
Well, the broader question that I had was about the environmental assessment. So we've got two plots of land. If we're talking specifically about the 19 acre, I think that's handled separately than the 14 acres. So 19 acre land, if a developer comes along and wants to develop it, who is responsible for the environmental assessment?
The buyer,
The buyer, the developer, right?
yes.
So that cannot be done. You can't
Until-
develop according to our laws unless there's an assessment, correct?
Yes.
So an environmental assessment will be done before people move into these homes and into the homes and even before work is done.
That's right.
Okay.
Sometimes localities take initiative on helping with projects like this. We certainly could go hire an engineer and do the study ourselves. But it's also very fair to make that just leave it as the investor's responsibility.
Yeah, and so approximately what would it cost if we helped out with that and took that expense on ourselves, the town?
It's listed as an action item in the Waukesha report, as Mr. Holt said, $10,000.
Okay, thank you.
2 phase 1 environmental assessments were completed when the property changed hands most recently in 2003 and 2010. So we have reference to those. The phase 2 study goes into further detail with more soil drilling. So that's the request of what could be done as further follow-up study. The documents that I have are those 2 phase 1 reports. And I pulled FOIA requests from the Environmental Quality Office in Harrisonburg, which is responsible for this area, of all of their inspection work on this site. So they have a number of inspections and response to a couple of spills. They never worked a spill that was anything more than the fuel tank of a truck, where an old truck gas tank leaked and they dug up that soil and shipped it out. The phase 1 studies describe lead paint and asbestos in the factory building, which is normal for an old building and an expected cost in renovation. They do not describe any leaking underground tanks. There were never any large-scale spill events. There's no documented dumping. So that is sufficient from the Outdoors Foundation's perspective. They support the easement agreement as given. So it helps us understand how the 2 rezonings move together.
What would a further report look for?
You might drill at specific locations where you had additional concerns based on what you found in the phase 1 to go out and do instruct digging and see what you find. That's what the phase 2 includes. It's more on-site engineers taking core samples and seeing if there's anything deep in the ground.
And if that's the costs that were laid out by the town prior to any rezoning, upon its findings, if everything checked out to be okay, is that a cost that could be reimbursed by any developer that came to town?
You see some different deal structures in economic development where the locality might contract in advance with a developer partner and take on some of that due diligence to reduce the investor's risk. And then there are some ways that the government can be paid back, but more often it's an incentive towards helping the project to completion. and you see your benefits in terms of tax revenue in the future once the project is done. So that's, we have plenty of precedent for that. Albemarle County has done that in helping to fix up properties. The Woolen Mills factory is a good example.
How long would a phase 2 testing take?
A couple months.
Are there currently any developers that are, making overtures about the 19 acres and presenting anything?
Yes, the regional housing market is strong. You've seen investment all around Charlottesville. There hasn't been a lot of construction activity between the southern development limit south of Charlottesville and here. And I think that's part of what Planning Commission considered in amending the village residential ordinance, that it calls for a variety of housing types and compact development and incentivizing housing construction, working with small scale builders in local forms. But the town, in 25, 30 years of operating this ordinance, has never approved a cluster development all the way through to construction. So we look at that as a policy failure and recommend some improvements to help move that along. As the word has gotten around that we're looking for this, yes, local builders have been interested in the site. We haven't gotten any formal submissions. Part of what the building company looks for is some security on, do they have land that they can work on? So the strategy given in our comprehensive plan is do that zoning research, amend the zoning map to the sites where you think construction is a good idea, and then look for partnership with builders.
Right, so the current developers that are coming and have mentioned that they would be interested is it for cluster development? Is it for individual homes with decent sized lots? Is it the 14 houses put on those 19 acres, or is it this up to 79 homes that they're talking about?
There's more interest in our whole regional market for a little bit greater density, that you get efficiency in construction by putting homes on smaller lots, and it's valuable to preserve that open space around bigger places. You see a demographic now that's more interested in amenities inside the house and maybe doesn't want to do as much yard maintenance, and they're willing to trade better house features and a lower overall price in exchange for less land. And I think you see that driving some of the small lot or duplex or townhouse projects that are going up around Charlottesville. Here we have the recommendation of no townhouse rows, but duplex clustering or houses on small lots is probably something that builders in our area will respond to.
And remind me, in previous conversations, didn't we say that this revised gross density for cluster development on public water and sewer is similar to what we have in the historic district?
Similar but less. So the by right density in our downtown residential is 8 units per acre. And we set that number consistent with what the actual density is on Harrison Street. The proposed amendment for village residential cluster bonus is only 4. So half the density of the existing historic district.
So for the current interested, potentially interested buyers of the land, are they operating under the assumption that if they are allowed to develop village residential on this property, this 19 acres, that they'll also have to address the tire factory, or that the owner would have to address the tire factory and remediate that before, or in addition to building residential homes?
The parcel shown there is a separate parcel. Respectfully, the split parcel comment is not correct. It is a separate platted 19-acre parcel. The kinds of builders who do factory renovations tend to be different from the kind of builders who build houses on fields. So you would likely see 2 different projects with 2 different companies, 2 different financing structures. It's true, having a problem factory down below a home building site is not ideal. You would probably want to move them in sequence, and that's a priority of town council and staff to do. We do have one before the other here tonight, that's true.
So would the onus then be on the owner of the land, the tire factory, to find a way to remediate that site in order to get the 19 acres developed in the way that he wants it to be developed?
How do you mean onus?
So if there's a potential buyer for the 19 acres and they want to come in and put residential homes on that property, say we decide not to rezone it for him before, any of this happens. If he comes back to town council and says, hey, I have a buyer for this property, I want to rezone so that I can sell this 19 acres to this developer. Is the onus then on him as the property owner, would we make that a condition that he has to remediate the tire factory or deal with the tire factory at that point?
That kind of thing can be negotiated.
Right.
You have some flexibility on that with different kinds of conditions put on rezoning and deals like that.
Right.
You could try to treat them together.
So from what I'm hearing from the public, that sounds like that's what they want. If we don't want to give away our hand, basically, we want him to address that tire factory if he's going to make a profit on the 19 acres. Is that correct, everybody? Yes.
That sounds like
So what is the likelihood of that happening? It's what I'm trying to figure out in this whole grand scheme of things.
It's been 12 years and that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Our ability with just the town's own resources to force those things to happen or to do the work for them has been limited. The town hasn't been able to, proactively complete the due diligence for them. We can try to help structure that deal, but the outside investment interest has been limited as long as the zoning is locked in industrial. So it does, in terms of recommendations, it feels to me like a little bit of chicken and egg. It's hard to put a partnership together when the zoning is all tied up industrial. But in releasing some of the zoning control, you weaken your hand.
Right.
So has the owner of the land given any sort of statement or, they're proceeding without them here? Did they give a letter stating why they're not here? Or obviously they're happy to see this move forward, but they're not here, so.
This recommendation is a town council initiated rezoning request.
Right.
Some map amendments can come from owners who want to do something with their property. Others can come from town council as a project idea consistent with the comprehensive plan. In this case, the owner is obviously not opposed. And I think they would work to sell the property after it were rezoned.
And this is in keeping with the comprehensive plan because it'll give us the ability to provide more affordable housing.
That's certainly part of it. We have housing demand in the community, neighbors who are renting who would like to own. You've seen the prices of existing homes going up and up and up, and it suggests a supply and demand problem. The small area plan speaks to the vacant and blighted tire plant as a problem that needs to be solved. So the sequence of actions is do a small area plan, do rezoning consistent with that small area plan, and then get Albemarle County Economic Development help in putting a redevelopment team together. So I had lunch with County Economic Development Director today saying, this is what we're doing. If it goes forward, what's next? How can you help us structure something on this factory the way that you all did successfully with the Woolen Mills building? Get a software company, a coffee shop, a brewery, an event space in there. And they're happy to help.
Has there previously been any outreach to a creative director of any variety that you say, okay, here's our elephant, how do we eat this? and they look at what can happen in conjunction with those homes, with the wetlands, with what could happen with that. So do we have any kind of documentation on that conversation or
Yes.
those conversations?
Exactly. That's the story of the past 3 years of planning work, following up our comprehensive plan. Yes, we want to do something on this site. How do we do that? What are the resources that get there? So the first step in 2018 and 19 was a market study, which found, yes, our population is growing. New families need homes, especially at the target of, say, $1,000 in rent or a home less than $300,000. And no, those things aren't getting built around here. So if we want to provide for the folks who want to come live in our community, we should probably start moving on some appropriate housing construction. And that would help our local building businesses. We also saw demand for a Mexican restaurant, a car wash, sporting goods shop. Some of those needs we've been able to meet in the past 3 years, and some we're still looking for. So following the market study, we set on this small area plan project. Both efforts funded by state grants, in total $50,000, hiring consultants, the creative partners to help us figure it out. So the Waukesha development that commenters shared, they specialize in the reuse of old industrial buildings, especially using historic tax credits to help finance them. So the model for that is there in the corner. The UVA Architecture Schools model showing renovation of the factory building with some mix of medical office, commercial office, storage space, maybe apartments, and then homes on the hillside. And it happens that the physical model of the little houses on the hillside there does about match the village residential zoning that's before us now. So I really appreciate the help of architects and real estate investors from around the state who have done this well in other places, showing that it's feasible in Scottsville.
So one sticking point I have in my mind, and I know we're talking about point 3A, but considering that 3A and 3B are held by the same landowner, and it's two halves of a larger package, with the landowner being paid $80,000 to essentially donate that 14 acres for a wetland park usage. I mean, is there something that can be done where, especially if the town were to potentially put out money beforehand for more environmental studies, more traffic studies, that $80,000 is somehow lessened, so he's essentially paying for that, since at the end of the day, he would be the one profiting from the sale of both parcels.
Yes, I think that kind of contract could be done. You see those kinds of structures in more complicated economic development deals. I don't know how to write that. I would look for Albemarle County help if that was some set of obligations, quid pro quo. We will help you with this if you help us with this. I would look for help from county attorneys in setting that up. And that would be reasonable to ask. The Albemarle County benefits in real estate tax if the property value here increases. At risk of getting ahead, the wetland easement is one that the Outdoors Foundation has agreed to and the property owner has agreed to. So it would be complicating something that's ready, but if that's in the public interest, then that's certainly fine to do.
Are there any more comments from planning commissioners?
I mean, I completely understand Susan's point. It's compelling that we don't want to give it away if it means, losing our bargaining chip. However, it's been sitting there for decades without any activity and development. So I almost feel like if we start with the low-hanging fruit and get some planned development in, that will incentivize a change to the tire plant, because that land has just become so much more valuable than just wasteland or empty land. It's now got people and families, and it's building a community, and it's also improving our tax basis. And we definitely have to look at safety issues and we have to look at traffic, but the land's just sitting there. Nothing's happening with it. So it's a, there might be some movement and planned movement that we can control if we do something with that upper field.
I think also the concern though about the fact that we don't know what's underneath that ground, and that if it had in the past been used as a toxic waste site, then how are we jeopardizing? We might get halfway through a project that we say, okay, and we bring a developer in there and then we look at the environment. It's kind of like, not putting your pieces in play in the right order. If we don't have that study done and know what's really there, we don't know if we're able to actually do that with a clear conscience.
So the safety aspect, making sure that that land is not toxic, is the responsibility of the developer. It's not our responsibility. However, we could also include that as a bargaining chip if we could work that out, where we pay for that. If it's only $10,000 for phase 2 or thereabouts, that's not. I mean, you've already put $50,000 into the whole assessment, so it's worth looking at. But I mean, I certainly want to see some strings, not just approving 3A, the 19-acre lot as is. I'd like to see more strings and stipulations.
Any further comment, planning commissioners? All right, so you have 3, well, actually, rather than list out any options, if you would like to make a motion in any direction, and then followed by a second discussion, and then.
I do have one more question.
Okay.
If we move to table this for further consideration later, would we be able to have some sort of phase 2 study done on the 19 acres and even on the potential wetland site?
If you wanted to commission that work, it would be a request back to council if that's something they wanted to proceed on and somehow pay for. But if that's an answer that you thought you needed before making a decision, you could show that in the record and table this until you have those answers.
That would be something that town council would need to budget for. Yeah, because I don't believe we have 10,000 floating for planning commission in the budget.
No, sir.
So would it make more sense to just deny right now and then circle back to this?
You guys are making the approve or deny would be a recommendation to town council to approve or deny. So either one of those actions would still move it forward to town council. Does that answer your question there, Shannon?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to move that the planning commission recommend to deny the application to rezone this parcel identified by tax map number 130-43D from industrial to village residential based on, I don't believe we have enough information to make a clear recommendation and approval.
I second.
All in favor? Actually, can I get a roll call for that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Let's see. I'm sorry, that's the wrong header. I was about to go down town council. Got too many things open in front of me. Sorry, Commissioner Caltabiano?
Nay.
Commissioner Peck? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll get to you if we need. Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
And Commissioner Strausner?
Motion passes 3-1. All right. We will move to 3B, This has been mentioned a little bit in our meeting so far. The 14-acre wetland portion of a lot of Bird Street, tax map number 130-43, owned by the same Lower Bird Street LLC, proposed to be rezoned from industrial to public. I will now open the public hearing. And we've had some of you already speak on this, but if others would like to speak, you can also speak again more directly on this subject.
Number one, under the easement, the open space easement, the landowner is not donating property, he still owns it. And so if he continues to own it, and the town were to get another grant, and there are grants out there for developing recreational facilities, you would have the issue of the town developing town facilities, private property, which could eventually cause some problems if the landowner didn't agree to having facilities there. The open space easement restricts what can be built on there in terms of nature trails, boardwalks, interpretive signs, those kinds of things. There are some additional things I didn't address that had to do with parking. There was also some language in the draft easement, which may have changed, that indicated that the open space, the 14 acres, could be used as a density credit for other development on adjacent properties, which are still owned by the same property owner, which means, to my way of interpreting, and Matt, if you could correct me, yeah, that if someone came along and wanted to do the max of 50 or 79 dwelling units on the 19 acres, which village residential zoning has to require that a third of that property has to be in open space. If you can then use the density credits off of the public parkland and transfer it to the residential development, you might wind up without any open space in the residential development and aggregate your whole village residential zone. So that was one thing. The second thing was that if an environmental assessment takes 2 months, in that same 2 months, you could also develop and adopt a public or a planned unit development, which would then require that the entire site be addressed as a unit. And yeah, it was, well, that's it. That it requires the public and unit development is the instrument that would require the developer to address the entire site. So, and until you have a site plan, it's still a big unknown. But I applaud you wanting more information for an environmental assessment. Thank you.
Just want to say something briefly about the wetland area. I think it's a wonderful idea to have a wetland area. It'd be great to have a park there, and not develop there. We can't develop anyway. The problem I have is that I think the whole area should be a park. And we have a generous community. We have Doria Park, we have Moose Park, and nature area. And I talked to him once about making it Hurt Park. But the problem is we're dealing with a developer who doesn't want to spend a dime. And I got to commend the town and the Microsoft too for bending over backwards, spending everything in the world, time and energy and resources to try to get some development and driving this train, which without any initiative or really sense from the developer. And I have a hard time giving him $80,000 unless there could be some leverage with it and saying like, okay, this is what we're going to give. The state's going to give you $80,000, but you've got to take some of that money. You've got to do these environmental studies and these traffic impact studies, and things like that. So we know what we can do there. I mean, I think giving him $80,000 and him doing nothing, I think is just, it's just wrong, basically. So I think that we need to try to up our game with it. It might be just for the future landowner, because I think my feeling is I've dealt with this issue for years, that nothing will happen with this until it changes hands. And maybe that's some leverage too. You can say, you know, can you sell it to somebody else for a reasonable price, and then they can develop it or do something like that. But I think we're wasting our time with that. If the initiative is all here and not anywhere else.
Thank you.
I just have something quick, just because of what was said. We do have a contract that's already drafted to be able to get the rights to use that land, not own it. I heard people saying maybe we put conditions on it, conditions on it, conditions on it. I think maybe a prudent question would be, where is that contract? Is it about to be approved or not? And whether or not any of your conditions that you think you're discussing that influence your decisions can actually be put on it, or is it already somewhere else? But in that contract, I've gone through it quite a bit. There's nothing in there about any kind of conditions in any situation like that. To the point that Matt made was very clear. It's like a lot of work has gone through by many, many entities just to get that contract where it is. So tweaking it, maybe just a very excuse not to sign it, meaning the owners and stuff like that. So there's a little something about that. If you're not familiar with that contract, you might want to take the time to become familiar with it before you make a decision on it. And adding things or subtracting things, you have that option, but I don't know where that contract is in council or someone else. You might find this is going to be approved tonight or something somewhere else. I don't know. And of course, can speak to all that, but that would be the big thing about it. But getting back to the committee, our ideology was that that part of the land as a negotiating tool donated to the town, not still owned, not credited, and not us being allowed to use it. The point of that land was that it can't be built on. It's kind of not really for developing purposes. It's very valuable to the town and its people, but for development, it's not as valuable. And that's the point. That should be donated to the town. That was the original concept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, can I ask if we could just check the microphone levels real quick? We seem to have dropped off a little bit there on the last few comments. I'm not sure if we've got something covering the mic on the dais or if the computer is switched to a different audio input.
Thank you, sir. I know you need the recording for minutes and all, have viewers in the public.
Yes, I suppose it's also worth asking everybody, please make sure we project as much as we can. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Can you hear me using stage volume from here?
Yes, I can hear you. It does sound like the microphone's not directly in front of you. So I think we're probably still on the dais microphone.
Not directly in front of me. So this is about the volume that the public needs from the podium to clearly record for the closed bracket. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I apologize.
I'm just curious, do we have a marked agreement for the easement?
Yes, we do.
I thought I had it in my,
Was that presented to the planning commission?
No, ma'am. It goes straight to town council as a contract and real estate agreement, working with state grant funds to purchase property.
So this will be a purchase of the property.
Purchasing, it's not feasible purchase of the whole parcel, but rather conservation easement in perpetuity. I'm happy to share that contract here now and go over some points out of it, but
I would like that, yes. I think that may change our decision or color our, but
Quick point of order, could we close the public hearing before we move on to discussion? If there are any other comments?
thank you.
Do we have any other comments from the public?
One car. I just have a question here. One, the 19 acre says it is owned by Upper Bird Street LLC. The 14 acre is owned by Lower Bird Street LLC. Are we doing dealing with two different companies here, two different owners?
It's the same owner.
Same person behind the two entities.
Right. Okay. That's what I kind of thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Good eye.
Do we have any more comment from the public here? Do we have anyone on our Zoom site in the internet world that would like to speak? All right, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Planning commissioners, this is your time to discuss, ask questions, get more information.
I was not under the impression that we would be the owners of the property once this.
I'm sorry, guys, I'm having a terrible time. I'm not sure that microphone's picking anybody up on the dais. Can we, Josh, I can hear you fine, but Shannon, you're sitting right next to it as well. And for some reason, I can't hear you.
Should I talk louder? Is that helpful?
That comes through pretty well, yeah.
Okay. I was just expressing the fact that I was not under the impression that, or aware of the fact that Scottsville wouldn't actually own the property once the $80,000 exchanged hands. So I would also like to hear a little bit more detail about the actual contract.
It's a conservation easement. The Outdoors Foundation works in two different ways in preserving open space around the state. The first way is to buy property outright and they own it, or they can work with the locality where the locality owns it, for example, as part. Conservation easements are the other way of getting there, which are a little more cost effective. You tend to get a little more acreage because you're not buying the entire property. You're just buying all of the improvement rights to that property and requiring open space in perpetuity. So the parties to the agreement are Lower Bird Street and Charles Hurt, the owner of that LLC, and the town of Scottsville. We are documenting the 14.2 acres on our maps. And we show the public value of open space conservation. We show the town's land use policies, documented our comprehensive plan in terms of community assets and economic development strategy. We're working with $80,000 of grant funds. That's an agreed upon price of the owner and the Outdoors Foundation, that they both think that that's a good value for money and a good use of their funds. We know that it will yield significant public benefit. We protect the property in perpetuity for conservation, $80,000 forever. There are restrictions on the use of the property. These underlines are the final additions between the town's attorney and the owner's attorney. They represent the most recent changes that we're really highlighting. We have shared access to a parking lot on that site so that users of our wetland space can park nearby. That does obligate us to a cost share in the future of that proportion of the parking lot. And we have access on your driveway road. That's the one going into the parking lot, the trees on the side, that we access our property by that area. What we use it for. Natural habitat, biological diversity, outdoor recreation, keep it as habitat. The restrictions are important, that nothing ever gets built there except for structures that are germane to our recreational use. That's what the state is finding out. Picnic shelters, information kiosks, trails, that's the kind of construction that we could put in on our, not entirely our property, consistent with our. We can run utilities through it. It does allow alternative energy on there, and it allows times consistent with the information. No large buildings, no commercial uses. That's the point of conservation. And the Outdoors Foundation has review of any of those changes, and it is not uncommon for them to revise or veto development proposals. For example, an owner buys a conservation easement and then decides to timber it, and the Outdoors Foundation says, no, you can't clear cut your conservation project. they enforce that sort of thing. No industrial and commercial activity, only outdoor recreation, educational activities, outdoor activities that don't alter the visibility of the parent. Riparian protection, because it's near a river, you have to be aware of that. No grading, blasting, filling, mining. You can't cut earth away on one side of the property and dump it on this property. That's a significant thing to be concerned about, given the activity possible on the rest of the site. Won't happen. Public access, based on operating hours that we choose, the public has access to the property. It's not, sometimes these are done as like real serious habitat conservation, where you really don't want the public there. Sometimes they don't even publish the locations of these properties very clearly, because they want them to be for birds and bats and other people around. That's not the case on this one. The Outdoors Foundation can come and inspect it, we will choose. We agreed to rezone it to public use as one of the conditions. The Outdoors Foundation requires that it be locked in as public in order to give us the money to close the deal. Duration, perpetual. Once we do this, we can't change that.
And neither can the property owner.
That's right. And it of course runs with the land. So however many times the underlying land changes hands, their property rights for building, changing this land are gone. So that's what's being sold.
And that $80,000, there is no change for a increase for secondary.
The board of the Outdoors Foundation has already voted to award this grant amount. So any other money changing hands would be the town's. We're paying for a survey of this property, so we're exactly clear on what our 14.2 acres is. And we're paying some legal costs related to closing, but the easement purchase is the $80,000 core cost. That's agreed between the two parties.
And they receive tax incentives, correct?
In a way, yes. Once the usable property rights go away, the assessment goes down. I'm not certain how much that's going to be, but the next time the county assessor looks at this property, if it has a conservation easement on it, it'll be worth a little bit less. Now, the assessor is only comparing a piece of wetland property which had nothing on it to a piece of wetland property which now has a conservation easement on it. So this parcel is now assessed at, I think, $550,000. I'm not sure how much it's going to go down. Some, but maybe not a lot.
550,000?
Yes.
14 acres, no.
There's wetlands, you can't build.
Oh,
on
no, I'm
it.
sorry, the whole factory parcel.
Okay. Okay.
Most of that value, most of that value is the bigger.
Okay, makes sense.
We're working on it.
How much 14 acres that could value?
No, sorry. I don't have anything to do on this.
So the entire parcel of 14 plus acres and the 19 acres above the factory all end up getting reduced in its assessment if the conservation.
The conservation easement probably has the effect of reducing the assessed value.
For the maintenance of any roads or structures that get built, who is responsible for maintaining the upkeep?
By entering the agreement, the town shares the cost of parking lots and driveways in the same way that if you have 3 houses on a gravel road that you share together, you share on the cost of gravel. So we're proportionate on that. For parks facilities that we might put in, signs, benches, boardwalks, that's our improvement that the town's responsible for.
Should the town of Scottsville currently have money in its budget for developing?
I'm sorry, Sherry, I can't hear you at all there.
Does town of Scottsville currently have within its budget the funds to develop the wetland property with the public access features such as the walkways, the signage, the lighting, those types of things?
No, the town's adopted budget that starts in July talks about some of our other parks where we have needs, but this one's brand new. I'm not sure how long it's going to take us to close on this. We would probably want to work with the community a little bit on designs. It might take us a while to figure out where the benches go, what kind of trails we want to build. It is truly wetland. It's salt units. You can't just walk anywhere. So it would be a little bit of a planning process to figure out what's the best way to open it up. So no, I'm not planning on building anything like that.
Well, with that, what's the time frame? 5 years, more, less? What would you think?
5 years is probably a good amount of time to say in the future, this will be a better functioning park area based on how long it's taken us to do other kinds of park improvements. It doesn't feel like in 2 years we have a big boardwalk kind of thing. Right? And we might need more funding help from, as Ms. Gable said, other state agencies help with parks improvements. We want to get that.
I think I'm a bit concerned to Susan's point about would the owner of this property be able to use this as credits to, for the 19 acres and say, hey, look, we don't need to put in green space in this 19 acres because we have this conservation easement of 14 acres right across the street.
Right. Yeah. The easement language does allow that, and there is plenty of precedent in construction to put a big park and open space not immediately next to your homes, but in another place that made sense. Right. So that is legal, and they would be within their rights to propose that. But the special use permit for cluster construction allows you to review the adequacy of the open space. So if you don't think there's enough of it, or it's in the wrong place, or wetlands aren't helpful and you'd rather have a soccer field, that's a good reason to deny a special use permit.
Okay. Well, and let me just ask in relation to that, of course, jumping back to 3A super quick, with that open green space, I mean, that lot is on a hillside and part of the hill, I would imagine, is unusable for building as is, and really for open green space or usable green space, but that also would contribute to the 33% that needs to remain open.
You have to judge a little bit of what kind of open space and public recreation you want. Would you rather preserve forest land for walking trails and birds and bats, or would you maybe tolerate cutting more trees and the developer just pay cash for a splash park improvement somewhere else? That's allowed. You have to decide when we talk about public space and amenities, what is it that we want the most?
But then, of course, in limiting, let's say, the green space of the 3A parcel that we're talking about, it may then increase the number of units that can be placed up there, and then going back into the situation of where we need a second access road.
Absolutely. If they're using their open space credit to describe a larger piece of land and they multiply that and get a bigger number, then yeah, your infrastructure concerns just get bigger.
Right, and so that may end up being the point if any developer does not want to create the second.
There's probably a theoretical maximum that an engineer needs to figure out. What can we do before we have real expensive infrastructure problems? Yeah. Don't know what that number is. Not being used.
I mean, this is something that I know that people in the town have said that they want. They want access to the river. It's something that we don't have at the moment. Giving the landowner $80,000 is not on the list of things that I would love to do, but at the end of the day, I would love to see this river access provided to the community. But again, I think it is a matter of also testing the soil, that the environment again, just to make sure that it's safe to do so. I don't know if there's a way that we could move forward with that recommendation and having it dependent on more environmental study made before the transaction finalized.
It does. The Outdoors Foundation is satisfied with the information that they have now, but at the council level, certainly, if there's questions that you want answered before you participate in something, you have the right to get those answers.
Planning commissioners, do you have any more questions, comments?
I'm so curious what the assessed value of this land is. I mean, 14 acres of wetlands. I mean, even if it's, I tried looking it up, but it's lumped in with the factory, so you can't see. I couldn't on my cell phone, but because it seems to me, maybe I'm clueless about the cost of land, but 14 acres, $80,000, and then they get all sorts of tax benefits after that. That sounds like a really good deal for them. I want to make sure we're getting something really good too.
Yeah, that's a fair concern. I'm not an appraiser. We put it to the grant application to the Outdoors Foundation of, here's what we'd like to do. Here's how much money we request for this purpose. And they thought it was a good use of their money. But I don't know. If you were gonna buy this piece of land somewhere else in the county, how much would you pay for it? I don't know.
Sounds like this is pretty much a done deal. I mean, the contract's already been in negotiations for a long time, and I don't know what, if anything, the town council wants to hear. I'm curious to hear their conversation and discussion later.
At the planning commission level, the most important feedback that I need is consistency with comprehensive planning. This planning commission puts this document together, has this important review step of, you see this kind of strategy of where the town goes, and public space is an important part of that. So if you were to say this, you think this is inappropriate with your comprehensive plan because this is not the kind of public space you want, or you don't think this is important as public space, that would be good advice to say, don't do this. Even if somebody else is paying for it. Let something else be done with this land. Turn it into a fish farm. Or not.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
So I will allow questions. I would like to limit our time as we do have, we've got 4 more to go. There's another council meeting.
Well, I think, the grant money is probably a done deal, but can the town, as a condition of rezoning, require the landowner to do baseline documentation?
It would be a contract amendment, but there's not to say that we can't. Council could instruct us to try to revise the contract.
Can you
Oh,
speak
yeah, please come
louder
up
for
closer
the
to the
microphone?
microphone. Sorry, we've got online.
So I'm Kim Dodo. So the 2 questions I have is CSX have not allowed anybody to go across their railway tracks. Their railway tracks go right through that land, and they have yet to give any access to the river. And the other one is, anybody here been down there when the river floods? Have you been down there and you've seen those lower fields? Because they're impassable. Absolutely. So what are we even messing with this land for? I don't understand that. You're not going to create parks down there. It's not like the Van Cleef. It is under feet of water when the river backs up. So I don't understand what you're trying to do here. I really don't. I don't understand anything.
Thank you. we have any more questions before I close out?
I just think for 14 acres, $700 per acre is a lot of money to spend, and we can't do much with the land. For Albemarle.
This is on our side of the railroad tracks. We're not talking about the land on the right. So the railroad tracks is that line that's going.
You still can't get to the river.
Right.
We're talking about river frontage. You can't get to the river without crossing the tracks. So it will never be river frontage.
Right, it's probably not river access.
Yeah. It's not that. That's what you were saying.
Well, I mean, I'm sure the idea of coming up with a plan for what to do with it exactly is to be ironed out with public discussion. That was what Matt had said. There's the opportunity to go into more details on what to do with this land. This isn't land that will be flooded when the river rises, correct?
Yes.
It gets wet.
Of course, it's a wetland, but
I've liked it after snow melt and after heavy summer rain. So I wear my biggest boots when I walk there. It's a real wetland.
Yeah.
Not because the river comes up and inundates it, although that can happen, but it's the low point of the property and the railroads keep it from draining.
Right.
So it takes the water that's above it and holds it for a while and slowly drains it out, which environmentally is good. But you're right, you can't hike there.
You've not been here when it floods. You've never been here when it's flooded.
That's right. That's right.
So you can swim in it.
Mhm.
But you can't walk in it.
That's true. It's a good wetland.
Yeah.
But to that point, if anything were to be built, like walkways, those types of things would be possibly taken away.
They need to be.
If they were, they would have to be seriously reinforced. If we were ever.
I'm sorry, Sherry, I cannot hear you at all. Can I ask you to speak a little more directly towards the microphone, maybe?
I'm speaking to the situation if we were to build walkways and that easement and those types of public access features. If we had a large rise of the river or excessive rain or something like that, they could be wiped out. And so, yeah, that was my point.
So are we looking at it from a, just a human, it sounds like we're just looking at it from a human perspective for what we could do with the property. If we're buying it to put it in conservation easement, that would mainly benefit wetland, like all of the wildlife and things that you're concerned with too. So maybe we should be considering that also, that even if we can't hike it part of the year because it floods, it's great. We want it to be a wetland because it helps our town not flood. And it's also great habitat for wildlife. And I think I do remember one of the last meetings we had talked about up at the top corner, bottom corner, however you look at that map. We had talked about potentially trying to get river access at some point at that corner. Is that correct? If I'm remembering correctly?
There's an at-grade railroad crossing right below this property line.
Okay.
Next farm down. There's many other issues involved in that. Not least, but the town limit is here.
Okay.
So this crossing is outside of town.
Okay.
But
So
when you're asking how do you cross the tracks, there's one at Perry Street, and the next one is here.
okay. So it's probably not going to be. We should not be looking at this as river frontage access. Okay.
Any more questions we can take for you? Commissioner, do you have any more comments, questions? All right, I'll go ahead and call for a motion. Floor is yours.
I'm going to make a motion to recommend to deny rezoning for the parcel identified by tax map number
motions.
First, you need a second, we need discussion. Okay, discussion?
Why? Because at the moment, I don't think anything's gonna change with it, and I don't see the need to put $80,000.
It's not our money, though. That's the thing that, it's not our money, we're not spending,
Well,
right?
I would, so as someone that loves nature, I'd say conservation in a world of increasing population is extremely important. However, as a taxpayer, hearing somebody say, well, that's not our money, $80,000, I pay income tax, sales tax, tax to death. Yeah,
So-
I want the 80,000, you know, I don't like that reasoning of, sorry, as a chairman, I shouldn't be too much.
Here's my thought. I mean, really coming back to the point 3A, paragraph 3A for Upper Birch Street. If this additional parcel can be counted as the green space, if we're still looking to see what can be done in an environmentally safe way on Upper Birch Street, that we should deal with that. Have that 33% green space included up there. And then I just don't know if I see the rush to change this to a public space at the moment. I just, nothing that will need to be done in this 14-acre parcel will be done immediately. So I feel that there's still time. This is, again, just my recommendation. That's, apt to change at some point, maybe once we know more about the 14-acre lot instead. So while I am a proponent of some change in Scottsville, some slow, meaningful change for the comprehensive plan, I think we need to look at it as a big picture thing with these two parcels together as opposed to a section and a B section. It very much goes hand in hand. Of course, we're ultimately talking about the full parcel with the back.
Yeah, is the entity that is offering the $80,000, is it a state entity or is it a nonprofit based off donation?
It's the Virginia Outdoors Foundation. I think they receive some state money, but they also receive a lot of donations. The Outdoors Foundation is not a state department. So can you help me with the governance? I know this is, you're allowed to work on that.
Yeah, the Virginia Outdoors Foundation is an agency of the Commonwealth of Virginia. They receive monies from grants from Land and Water Conservation Fund, federal grants. They receive money from the Preservation Trust Fund is funded through tax credits. Now that's the other way around. They give the tax credits to the landowners who donate their land. The only one that gets the real tax credits are those that donate the land for a conservation easement. That's not the case here. But yes, it's definitely a state agency.
There are tax dollars involved.
And there are definitely tax dollars involved in this, right?
Thank you.
Can we identify another piece of land within town that's not already in conservation easement that we might want to, if there's some money at our disposal, we might want to get into easement?
I mean, use their money for something else, not without redlining.
Right, but can we identify land that might be suitable?
Sure. If you wanted to say no to this one, but try something else.
I thought we had already addressed the, if we required a special use permit on the 19 acres, that we could say you need to provide more green space. You can't count this 14 acres of wetlands that is unusable at certain points of the year as your green space, credit, tax credit, but is that credit? Is that correct?
The easement document enables the owner to propose it as a credit, as a density credit.
Right.
But it's a special use permit application process. So if you found that to be not persuasive, you deny it. You deny the application.
Okay.
My difficulty in this situation is that as commissioners, our first responsibility is for the health, safety, and welfare of our town. And I just don't see where our town, the citizens of our town are getting the benefit from this decision. I feel like one person is getting the greatest benefit from this decision tonight. And if we were to make a favorable judgment that it would be at risk of some of the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. And so to consider this now, I just think it's premature in any way you slice it.
I agree with you on that. It just feels as though if we had more, I think what would even help is if there was more contribution from the landowner on building those structures such as a fairly, weather resistant boardwalk or whatever it might be, where he's really showing that he wants to help the community and not just his bottom line, which I think, is a difficult position to change here. But yeah, to think about all of the maintenance and the additional costs that would come out of the town's pocket to make this parcel of land potentially usable sometimes. Just right at the moment, it doesn't seem urgent.
On the floor before you, there's a recommendation and a second for a recommendation of denying the application. I would like to go, actually first, is there any more discussion? If there are more questions? Okay. Can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown?
Yes.
I'm sorry, speak up a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Caltabiano?
Nay.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yeah.
And Commissioner Strasner?
Nay.
All right, Commissioner Peck?
I would like to send this back to Planning Commission. I don't like having it 2v2. Are we able to review this next month, please?
Josh, you have to take a vote on this. What we could do then would be, if you vote nay, the motion will fail and we will need another motion.
Yeah, the motion is to deny. You had 2 nays, 2 yays, so you have to have it.
The motion was to recommend to deny, so it will pass forward if the motion passes. If this motion fails, we won't have any recommendation and we will need to make another motion.
Right.
Is that clear? Everyone's voting yes to recommend denying means yes, recommend denying, right?
Right. So that would push the council.
Either way, this goes to town council, Josh. This or a vote to approve the recommendation or a vote to deny the recommendation, both go forward to town council. If this motion fails, you can make a new motion to table if that's what you choose.
Yeah. The motion passes 3-2. All right. So we're going to move on to 3C. A 1 acre lot on Confederate Street, tax map number 13082-03F, owned by the town, proposed for zoning from village residential to public. This lot was purchased 2 years ago, 3 years ago, as I was still on the town council. This would just be changing it to a public space rather than currently being able to be built.
Yes. You might want to look at both this one and the next one together, because they're next to each other and easy mix up.
Planning commissioners, how do you feel about tackling both of them at the same time? Okay, we'll wrap them into together. So then also we will be addressing a small lot on Confederate Street, tax map number 130A2-03K, owned by the town, proposed to zone from village residential to public. So there are two pieces of property almost right next to each other to go from village residential to public use. So right now, I will go ahead and open the public hearing for comment. Would you like to speak? All right.
My name is Stuart Walter Townsend Jr. Lifelong resident of Scottsville, been here 76 years. I like the KISS method of doing things. Keep it simple, stupid. My question is, why are you doing this? Who is it going to benefit? The town or my neighborhood by selling this property and making it public access? The roads going into our neighborhood are private. They've done that way so the town won't have to maintain them. The town does a terrible job on maintaining its property. My father built Morris Hill Road at his expense with an agreement with the mayor that we built the road, the town will maintain it. This was done in the late 60s, early 70s. The road was built, paved at one time. Now it's 2021. It's never been touched since then. It's grown up, the town has done nothing. The mail service does come up through there. So I guess what I'm saying is, who is it going to benefit with y'all disposing of this property or making it public property? The best thing to do would be sell it to the adjacent landowners. If you don't sell it to them, then you're creating a problem, creating public property in a residential area where all the roads are private. If you're ready to deal with that, then hey, do what you want to. But I just ask you a question, who is it going to benefit? It doesn't benefit me or my son or my grandsons. That's it.
My name is Dennis Kelly, and I live on Confederate Street. And on my left is that private drive. Now, if we open this to the public, well, you gonna have 2-lane road going in and out. You're gonna have a one-way street going in and no way out. How you plan on doing it? We've got banks there that people run over. Somebody gets hurt, who's liable? Me, you?
I don't have that answer for you.
Well,
For
I mean-
what I would believe is the road would still be designated as a private road.
Well, how can you open it to the public?
The public lots would not be accessible by, because you wouldn't have a parking lot or anything up there.
I just can't understand why you want to take my street and make it park. Why open it to the public?
Well, the land being owned by the town would designate it as public. So right now, that land is adjacent to what's known as the Bank Leaf Nature Area. So it would just open up more land that's already connected to the Bank Leaf Nature Area.
Why can't you go up on the hill by the church and come in the way you come in on the hill up there? Put a parking lot back there.
There is.
And then have a trail where you can walk down around the house.
For what I know, there's no plans for a parking lot, is there?
Yes.
It's no room for a parking lot.
Well, that's what I'm
It's a
saying.
hillside. It's a hillside you put it up.
That's what I'm saying, is there's not a plan or proposal or.
It's not Pebble Beach for sure, okay? Nobody's gonna give you something like Pebble Beach for nothing, right? That's what you got. The Bankley Wildlife Area. You all been back in there?
Yeah.
It's gullies, and hills.
Yeah.
Rotten dead trees laying around. Nobody's going back in there.
But if you can't build anything, no parking lot on it, then the thing, why open it to the public?
It's already owned by the town. So right now, being zoned village residential, it's not designated as a public area. So it's cleaning up what should have been done when it was purchased, making it town property. Town property is public space.
So you're saying that people can come in like my drive?
no, the driveway is still labeled as a private driveway. So there being no access for people to go and park on that area, they can't be just dropping their cars off right there.
I wonder if there might be a little bit of confusion about just it being called small lot on Confederate Street. It's not looking to build a parking lot in that area. The land is currently vacant, is not buildable upon, even as is, I believe that's correct. And what this would simply do is just change it from village residential, which, you know, if it was flat land or if it was potentially buildable upon, somebody could come in, purchase that lot and build up. But you know that it's not buildable, it's gullies, it's the hillside. And what it's simply doing is putting that parcel of land under the town's administration so that, let's say someone is going through Van Cleef, you know, coming in through the way that they would typically come in and walk the trails and decides, I want to go look at that gully a little closer, and therefore they're not trespassing on any sort of private property. I don't think it's really going to get much more use. It really is purely an administrative change under the rezoning code. So you in the neighborhood shouldn't really see a difference as to how that property is used or with the community coming into access from the road.
I shouldn't.
Yeah. You shouldn't.
Okay, hi. How y'all doing? I'm Molly Antoine. I live on Confederate Street. Let me just make clear that these two parcels are not next to each other, and they're not both next to the Van Cleef. I own property next to the Van Cleef, and the Kellys own the property next to this other parcel of land. So I can kind of understand that parcel as being engulfed into the park, and I don't know whether it would mean any difference to that parcel, you know, in the future, like you said, that it's just administrative, but it does kind of open it up to being like a question mark. And I think that it's pretty clear that this one could be involved, you know, put into the park, but this one here is between two private properties. And you've got the road up here that's private, a private residence and a private residence. Now, it was originally on the map as Moon Street. God help anyone who wants to put a street up that hill. It's pretty intense. And most of my backyard is all just as graded. So I understand that it's an administrative thing, but it kind of opens up this big question mark as to what the town would possibly want with that piece of property. If it goes to public, then there's no way for us to maybe perhaps purchase it from the town as residences in the neighborhood. So my objection would just be that if we're making a change to it, there's nothing we can really do with it in the future. I don't see a benefit to the town for having it. I'm not exactly sure why it was purchased. Not right at this point in time, but in the near future, I'd be glad to purchase it. And I'm sure Mr. Townsend feels the same way.
Well, Molly's sewer line from her house runs down Moon Street. It's on that big lot. Her sewer line goes there because Scoop don't run up here. It has to run down. And the other one too, we have a Confederate cemetery up there with no access. All the property around the Confederate cemetery is privately owned. Mr. Kelly has spent a fortune maintaining his road to get to his house. People come in there at times, they don't care about your property. They drive in your yard, everywhere else. They just park anywhere. They don't put trash there, that's not a problem. But They don't realize that there is no access to the Confederate cemetery. So these people coming up in this public lot, they can't get to the cemetery, but they're going over private property. That's just what the lots of laid off there. So you got a real problem with it.
I have to agree with that too. It kind of makes Moon Street look as if that might be some sort of solution to this problem. There again, I don't know what you would do with the private road situation. But those are my thoughts. I just thought I'd share. Thank you.
I'm Linda and I'm part of that man right there. I have 3 questions for you. Why did you buy the property?
They were for sale. That along with 2 others, and then it was brought to both.
When you purchased it, it says you're changing it from residential village to public. Was it residential village when you purchased it?
That's correct.
Okay. In 1963 or 4,
I bought that lot.
we bought
I
that.
bought that lot.
We bought that.
Okay.
We paid for it. 3 days later, the realtor, which was Bob Pitts, came back and said, I cannot sell you that lot because you can't build on it. It is not residential. So something's askew there. While I was sitting in that chair, I heard this gentleman over here saying, there is no budget for maintenance for public use. Our family has been cutting that grass over 60 years, and Molly's been in.
No cost to anyone but to us.
This young lady is cutting some now. The previous owners of her house, Miss Margaret Marshall, was cutting it. That's all on that. That's what they've been doing. So I just think that the people going up and you do not want somebody in next to your yard. Maybe it's not your yard, but they don't know where it starts. They don't know where it stops. Would you like to be outside having a barbecue and there's a bunch of strangers come out? No, it's not that you're not friendly. It's just that you don't know what's going on in your own yard. I think it's unfair to the landowners. That's my husband's family property, and it will continue to stay in our family upon our death. But we want to be able for them to be safe there too. And we'd like to get this straightened out. We're both getting old, and we certainly don't want to die and handle our children a keg of worms. So we'd like to get this thing straightened out as soon as possible.
What makes a town is its people, not the buildings. You have to take care of your residents. And when you go through and you change real estate property or residential property to public access property, you are not looking out for that neighborhood. I don't care what you say, you're not looking out for the neighborhood. They have an expense to maintain their property. Actually, what it would do, it would devalue our property.
And I just want to clarify, you are specifically talking about this parcel up here. Is that correct? I want to make sure.
I think they should be separate in consideration because they're
absolutely
very different.
Yes, for sure.
So, but you are, this is the one.
Property, I believe.
But the,
Small.
no, it's not this one. It's
Not-
the
It's
other
the
one.
second
On the other
one.
side, not this one.
That,
Yeah.
That's on the
That's
Adrian
one.
property already.
Maybe we should vote on these.
I mean, I'm
separately.
concerned about the other one too. I don't know what comes of that, but so far, that's what the town is using. That's not what it's for.
I mean, to me, it seems as though for this 1 acre lot, letter C here, no, the one before, that this does make sense to be encompassed by the nature area, that it's really not, it's not in the middle between the 2 separate properties. It really just kind of, please, come on.
Yes, because I live there. Okay, up front of that lane. My name is Linda Kelly, and I went back
once I got the letter in the mail. And I went back to the agenda for the planning committee, and it said that you all were doing this because you want to do improvements. So I want to know what those improvements are in that piece of land, because that is directly behind our house. And if you're going to make walkways through there, which is kind of on a steep hill, so it really be hard for people to be walking through there. So that's my concern, is I don't want strange people coming up to the back of my house. We kind of live up on the hill anyway, and we just took up the hedges, so now you can actually see our house. As Mr. Townsend said, people would drive up there to see the cemetery. We have a circle drive. I've been standing outside, and they drive around the driveway and just look at me like, what are you doing here? And that's, some people would stop and say, I'm so sorry. And I'll go like, you just park right down there and go to the cemetery. But these other guys that live around, I really got upset about that. So I don't want people coming around the behind my house either. So that's my concern. But if you're going to make improvements, I really would like to know what these improvements are going to be.
I think that would be helpful information too, if you're gonna make a decision about it. What is the plan?
I can address that. Having been intimately involved in the planning and development of the Park Master Plan, which was adopted approximately 3 years ago. And I would be happy to share that plan with you and explain it. But I think that the only thing that it would be good to be able to improve the access off of, is it Blenheim? By the church. Yes. To be able to improve that access, because that access road does come down to where the wireless cable towers are. And then there is another road that goes down to a planned parking lot that overlooks the lake and would provide handicapped access to the lake. So there is parking on site for sure, planned on site. The access to it off of Glen Street could certainly use a little bit more land to provide it, and put up an entrance line maybe, and just give a little bit more access to there. But the trails are planned, the facilities are planned, and another on Third Street.
Do we have any more comments or questions?
The question for Matt, is there,
Well,
sorry.
Yep, I'll let me close the public hearing. All right, so for the sake of everyone's opinions, we're going to separate the C and the D. So this will be regarding the first one of the Confederate Street A203F. And so that is the one that is directly connected to the main nature. So would anybody else like to speak on it? Okay. So I'm going to close the public hearing, and then commissioners, you can ask questions, comments, concerns.
Cool.
Can I ask a question of Esteban?
It's Angevine.
You said you had concerns about this property.
Sherry, I'm sorry, could you try speaking towards the microphone? I can't pick any of this up.
I'm directing a question to Ms. Angevine, and I'm asking her to restate what her concerns were with this property that we're discussing.
Oh, I don't have any huge concerns about the property itself. I'm wondering, what the thought is, like why it was purchased and what they want to use that parcel for. If it's just to own some land in town, that's great, no big deal. It's just that it comes up to a private road, which I have part responsibility for the maintenance. We all do, all of us who live on Confederate Street. There are a lot of concerns. I think we've already voiced these in the past with Nancy Gill, who was up there with part of the council, taking a look around and seeing what was going on. And we were able to talk to her about some of our thoughts about it. I don't think I ever really thought about it being a residential area, you know, zoned per se, that it would need to be changed to anything else. I guess just it being public makes my concerns about people coming through there come back again. But I really can't even fathom how they would do that on such a steep hill with a private road attached. So I'm not super concerned. I just wanted to be able to voice my opinion about it and say, what you thinking? You know what I mean? So that's all. Oh, sure.
Wondered if we had addressed this concern.
Yes, I just, you know, I think that, you know, it's kind of, I'll just say this, it's kind of weird to be that the commission has been talking to you all about this other, the wetlands and the factory profit, you know, and not having really considered this before the contract's being ratified. You know what I mean? Like, I would think that these kinds of things should be addressed prior to that. There are a lot of people who can benefit, and I'm sure that, you know, they're wanting to move forward, but this is yet another thing that is just coming out of nowhere, and I just want to make sure what the plan is. So it may be something in the future, but for now, just let me know.
One other thing, that small lot, those attached to Confederate Street, which is still private. So you will have to close that off, where that lot is not connected to Confederate Street, because that's a private street. You can't come down the private street to get to that little small attachment, which would go to the Van Cleef property. So you in that, you have to come into the Van Cleef property to get to the small lot.
Right, they're not talking about making that an access.
Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah,
There's no access
yeah.
to Confederate Street from the small lot.
Right, yeah, that's why we
Right.
we want to make sure it's
Right.
clear, it's still a private road.
Yeah.
And there's not people planning to drive down it, other than your standard lost people trying to get to the Confederates.
What's going to maintain,
What's that?
who's going to maintain these places?
The current properties, well, right now, there's been no maintenance that I know of on this property we're speaking of.
I've maintained it.
I just told you I lived there for
The
60
age-
years, since
Yeah,
1960.
Right now, we're speaking of the property on the very end, not the strip of Moon Street.
At some point in time, if you ever decide to sell it, I would be interested in buying it and selling part of it off to Molly, because she needs it for her sewer line. All right? Her sewer line is on that property. So it wouldn't miss, we'd have to divide the line.
You don't want to have anything to do with that.
I'm very familiar with the property.
Planning commissioners, do you have more questions, comments?
Well, let me just ask for this specific lot that is up on the screen right now. For any work that goes on to it, I mean, there could be a possibility of a partial trail being added in a flat or fairly flat or level area on that 1 acre property, but not coming up the hillside, not going too far into, I'm not exactly sure what the topography is of that specific lot. So I just want to make it clear.
It's good visit for y'all to look, walk this property.
Absolutely.
If we
Okay,
could.
if I could.
Don't be like the vice president, don't go to the border, go visit the border, all right? You might change your opinion.
I have a question. I live on the property that hasn't been used there yet, but the property that is highlighted in yellow right now butts up against the cul-de-sac, which isn't really a cul-de-sac. And the property is right next to that. My question is, will the town ever be thinking of coming up onto our property, onto our private road to access that piece?
Like Ms. Gable said, our park access comes in from Jefferson Street down here and Hardware Street down here. Our park plan does not describe using Confederate Street as a big park entrance. No, right. I look at this as a cleanup of town property. The town bought this from the Pizzas 3 years ago. They offered both lots to us for sale, $10,000 each, and town council in 2018 chose to buy those lots. Since then, they came with the residential zone. You're right, and the conversation that you had with the Pizzas in the 60s might even have been the time before Albemarle County had any zoning at all. So when Albemarle County started its zoning, they put the village residential zoning on there. And then when the town boundaries expanded up here, we took over the same residential zone. So then the town bought these lots from the Pizzas 3 years ago. And now we're owning property that still says village residential, like it should maybe have.
I paid $600.
You're
$600.
Right, seven.
I just wanted to make one quick comment, and that is that, the things that we assure each other in this room are not contracts. They're not in writing, and it's really, really great. But there's no way to say that in 10 years, there's going to be a completely different council, a completely different commission, and a completely different mayor. And so there's going to be a different feel. I think that I would personally recommend not to change it. But that's, my personal feelings about it. Because there's no assurances in what might happen in the future.
Based on what you were saying. So if you left it like it is, and put a trail on that one on the lane that's behind us, would that matter? I mean, if it's residential, but it's still have a trail, or is that? What does that mean?
To me, the motivating recommendation on cleanup is that the town ought not own lots that are zoned residential if we don't think that houses are a good public use. If we're thinking of it as being part of our park, then public is the kind of zoning that defines what park is. So there's several recommendations here of if a public entity owns a piece of land and the property is for public use, then we should zone it that way. If we think it's good for being part of house lots, then, and if the town's not in the business of owning house lots, maybe we should sell it.
Well,
But the Confederate Street lots, Bruce Park, and the fire department lot all go together as a package of four. Where these are properties that I found that it's either the town that owns it or the fire station that owns it. Why are they zoned residential? And we've heard some reasons about maybe why zoning it residential is a good idea. So it becomes less of a cleanup and more of a real decision of is it appropriate for this to be zoned public, or maybe you see a reason for it to stay residential and maybe for the town not to own it forever. We've only owned it for 3 years.
I think I would venture to say that the deal of the different lots was made without the intention of really using the next lot, the very small lot, as anything other than just buying it from the pits because they had it for sale. I mean, can I venture to say that maybe there was no intention when purchased?
As a counselor, that was my idea, is owning property in your town is a nice thing.
Okay.
So there was no intent for using it as, an access point, as anything like that.
Okay.
That was the point that I brought.
Right. Well, it's good to make those things known and know that it may change in the future. I just
But
think it needs to be public.
I'm also not a counselor anymore. So that is important to say. So my intentions don't matter as much as what new counselors are, as your point alluded to.
Right. And I don't have any idea that anyone had malintent. Just saying that.
I have a question about this particular parcel. Is it good for village residential? Like, I haven't seen it. Is it so graded that it wouldn't make a good site for a house?
This,
Yeah.
this is
It's like a
It drops about 30 feet.
Okay.
It would be very hard to build.
Okay.
And it goes down like this, it's flat, I mean, it's very little flat area and then it goes back up.
Okay.
So it's, I don't even see.
So maybe it's a discussion that we could have to zone this one as public space and incorporate it into the Bank Peak Nature Center. And then for the second parcel, maybe the town shouldn't own that piece of land. Maybe we should sell it instead of rezoning it in public, because it doesn't sound like there's an intention to incorporate it into the park.
And council may have more to say on this, I'm sorry. This transaction closed just as I was starting here, so I wasn't present for town council's negotiation of this. I wish I knew more. This one started to me as just putting up on a map, so we've obviously heard more issues on these.
Okay.
That I didn't know were present, so thank you.
Well, in the effort to keep things moving along, I would love to make a motion to approve the rezoning for this one, for letter C, the 1 acre lot, from village residential to public space. Second.
Discussion. Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
I just want to make sure, who was it who had the second there? Was that you, Shannon?
Lisa.
Lisa, okay, sorry. And Lindsay, make sure I have the wording on this right. It is a motion to approve rezoning, to recommend approval of rezoning for 138-203F. I'm going to use the tax parcel ID number there, from village residential to public.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilor Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Caltabiano,
Aye.
Commissioner Lambert,
Nay.
that was a nay.
Yes, that was a nay.
Sorry. And Commissioner Strasner.
Aye.
Thank you very much. The motion carries 3-1.
As we have already previously discussed and held a public hearing for 3D, I'm going to ask for planning commission comments and concerns.
Can I move to?
Make a motion. Yep.
Okay, I move that the planning commission recommend to deny the application to rezone the parcel identified by tax map number 130-25J from village residential to public. Oh, sorry, K, sorry, this is the wrong one. 130A203K from village residential to public. I second.
Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, I missed who had the second on that one.
Councilor Brown.
Councilor Brown, thank you very much. All right, Councilor Brown,
Aye, yes.
Yes, motion was to deny or to recommend.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Caltabiano,
Aye.
Commissioner Lambert,
Aye.
and Commissioner Strasner.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. The motion carries 4-0.
All right, so now we're going to move to 3E, a 1 acre lot on Irish Road, tax map number 130-25J, owned by the Scottsville Fire Department. It is currently zoned village residential, to be rezoned to public. I will now open the public hearing. Thank you.
Question I have, the fire department property itself now is public.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is merely an extension where we have talked about a building, a new building or some combination, and we have not been able to get enough thoughts together as to what we're doing. But I believe it should be, since we purchased the property, it should be public to go with the fire department.
We have any other public comment? Okay. Sorry, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Planning commissioners, comments, questions?
I move that the planning commission recommends to approve the application to rezone the parcel identified by tax map number 130-25J from village residential to public.
Can I have a roll call, please?
And that was Sherry with the second, is that correct? Okay, thank you. Councilor Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Caltabiano,
Aye.
Commissioner Lambert. And Commissioner Strasner.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. The motion carries 4-0.
All right, moving on to 3F. This is in regard to Bruce Park, tax map number 13082-80, owned by the town, proposed to be rezoned from downtown residential to public. I will go ahead and open the public hearing for this. Don't worry, I'm tired too. We're all talking.
Let's do it.
Public hearing closed. Commissioners, comments, questions?
I will make the motion to pass, to make the recommendation to pass tax map number 13082-80, owned by the town, proposed rezone from downtown residential to public. Second.
Roll call, please.
You guys are moving so fast all of a sudden. Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Caltabiano,
Aye.
Commissioner Lambert. And Commissioner Strasner.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. The motion carries.
All right, number 4, this is our adjournment. I will just call for a, do I have a motion?
I motion to adjourn.
I second that.
And I will go with a voice vote, not a roll call.
Aye.
None opposed. Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. Thank you for sharing your views. And if you'd like, you can stick around to speak to the council members. They have a, as you can see, a full, yeah, I'm not sticking around.
But they're all
I wanted to stick around for my presentation part. That is all the way at the end, and
Can we move it? Log in from home. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Way to make a big
Sorry.
I can't remember the last time a chair had to make a vote on anything to break ties. It hasn't been done in 6 years.
Really?
I did not want to have to.
Well, you know what, I'm actually really glad that we came to that, because it's not nice to see that we're all thinking in different ways. And that we can talk about it and show a different perspective.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes.
You just don't want to be.
I like to sit like everybody is.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
That
was so fun.
Let me take a minute. Let me take a minute before everybody gets away here.
Oh.
I just want to thank Josh for all this hard work over the last 9 years.
6 years since I was 19.
When I first met Josh, and he was on the elected town council. I thought, well, this ought to be interesting. And then he became the liaison of the planning commission, and he was the most prepared guy that ever showed up. He had a briefcase, he always did research, he knew answers to every question we might throw at him. So we just go make a little certificate of appreciation. Thank you, or something like that. Banking, so, let's do Old Dominion National and do it Josh Shelton.
Set it straight.
Okay, so.
Thank you all.
All right. Let's see. Okay, we're ready to continue. We get out of here. Give me next. All right, where are we on the agenda here? All right, we're back to the town council agenda. So who we got? We got everybody here? Everybody present on town attendant for town councilors?
Mr. Clerk, would you like to run a council roll call and check in?
Yes, that'd be wonderful. Let's see, Councilor Brown, you're still there, I see. Councilor Bullock?
Here.
Councilor Gritsko, are you still with us? We may have lost Dan. Councilor Malusi?
Here.
Councilor Munson?
Here.
And Councilor Payne?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, you do still have a quorum.
Very good. We thank you all for hanging around. It was a great public hearing and we get to do the same thing now in just a minute. So, the first item on our agenda is special use permit at 137 East Main for 3 apartments upstairs. This is a public hearing for that, so I will open the public hearing on that item. Public hearing is now open. If anybody in the audience or on the, I don't think we have any, Mr. Tubbs. Anybody in the audience, either online or present here in council chambers that would wish to speak to the special use permit under consideration for 137 East Main Street, please come to the podium and be heard.
Mr. Mayor, I have back and forth with Kimberly, the tenant there. I didn't get to follow up. She didn't get a comment in writing to the public hearing. I'm afraid I couldn't get a good conversation with her today, but she was interested in the parking situation, and that carried in planning commission's recommendation that we use the off-street lot only. But the building owner, Mr. Schmidt, is here. You may have, excuse me, more to say about it than I do.
Okay. Any other comments? Hearing no more comments, we will close the public hearing. So next we will ask for a motion from one of our counselors or as to what you want to do with this item.
Remind me which building this is. I'm having trouble visualizing it.
Sonic building.
The what?
The Sonic building.
Okay.
Each
Okay.
up downstairs, 3 apartments upstairs where the Masons used to be.
Okay. Now I move that we approve the special use permit at 137 East Main Street, upper level apartments. I second.
Did you get that, Thomas? You had 2 seconds come in at the same time.
Yes, sir. I've got Mr. Munson with the second. I'm sorry, Lindsay.
Any further discussion by council?
I have a question, Mayor Smith, if I may. With that motion to approve the special use permit, does that include any recommendation for rear parking for both business as well as tenants?
Planning Commission's recommendation was to restrict the on-street parking and require the upstairs tenants' use of the off-street parking on the lot that the town owns. Council's free to regard that recommendation or not. Is that what your motion intended, Mr. Munson? Or Mr. Bullock, sorry.
You catch that, Mr. Bullock?
So Mr. Bullock has the motion and could amend it if he wishes to reflect the off-street parking requirement that was passed by Planning Commission, was what Matt was saying there.
Yeah, I like that requirement. I would like to amend my motion to include that requirement.
And I'll second my second.
Well done, Stuart.
Any further discussion?
My only discussion point is I believe that the rear entrance has ADA accessibility, whereas the front entrance does not, for consideration by council.
So we're just talking about the 3 apartments upstairs. The comments? Mr. Unsworth, would you call for the vote?
Yes, sir. Councilor Brown?
Yes.
Sorry, jumping between pieces of paper here. Councilor Bullock?
Yes.
Councilor Malusi?
Yes, with future conversation regarding rear parking use.
I'm not quite sure how to show that, Laura. Councilor Munson?
Yes.
And Councilor Payne?
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion carries.
Very good, thank you. Next is our zoning text amendments, public hearing. We'll open public hearing on the zoning text amendments, and we'll ask Matt to give us a brief description of what we're talking about.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. The item before you carries the recommendation of Planning Commission with a couple of final staff edits. One of your comprehensive plan action items and small area plan action items is to update the town's zoning ordinance and better align that ordinance with town council's new goals. The zoning ordinance that you have in place now, by and large, follows Albemarle County's zoning circa 1994, when the town boundaries were expanded. You had some updates to the downtown residential zoning 2 years ago, and Planning Commission undertook updates to 3 chapters of the zoning ordinance here in the past 2 months at council's instruction following small area plan adoption. 2 of these are fairly minor edits to definition and intent, legislative cleanup. The village residential zoning ordinance is significant for future property rights and construction opportunities in town. In chapter 1, you have an update to the basic authority of the zoning ordinance, reflecting state law and your updated comprehensive plan. Notably, at the requirement of state law, that does include consideration of adequate affordable housing in the work of our zoning ordinance. That's a new state mandate. We also add a minor detail on the use of diagrams in the zoning ordinance. What we have now is about 100 pages of text with no pictures. Adding a few pictures can really help to explain some of what we're trying to do in this ordinance. So I appreciate graduate intern Annie Wiedhaus noting that for us, and I expect her to help me with some pictures to improve this ordinance a little bit in the future. In chapter 3, you have definitions for terms that will be needed elsewhere in the ordinance. Notably, the housing types of triplex and quadruplex, which had been referred to at several places in the ordinance, but nowhere defined. So we add definitions that make sure that those are different from townhouses. That reflects community input that you have, which is pretty supportive of some of the small duplexes that we have in town, but very skeptical of townhouses. Ms. Wiedhaus found that we had an inaccurate definition of manufactured homes, so she provided that edit for us, and I do appreciate that. Over in village residential, the intent of this ordinance stays the same: permit a variety of housing types, encourage compact development, encourage creative design to infill vacant areas, and keep compatibility with existing lots and buildings. But Planning Commission found that the text of the ordinance had not been very successful in achieving those goals over the years. So we provide a few new incentives for infill construction and small scale residential development where appropriate in town. We provide a by right density bonus on duplexes, triplexes, and quadruplexes, where those can be built on the same size lot as a single house. The more significant part, which Planning Commission heard some comment on in their meeting just now, relates to the incentives around cluster development where we have public water and sewer service. So by special use permit, town council can grant approval to a cluster development of up to 4 units per acre on a smaller lot with smaller setbacks and a requirement of 33% of the project area as open space. We did a little bit more staff review of the setback size and pulled those down just a couple more feet on the front and the sides, because we found that the minimum lot size didn't actually work with your setbacks. In order to have a building of any reasonable size, the setbacks needed to be a little bit smaller. Council's free to amend or edit any part of this ordinance at this time, or consider the planning commission recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Are there any members of the public wish to speak or have questions of Matt on any of these changes? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing and ask for council to make a motion of some sort.
I move to approve the zoning text amendments.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion by council on this matter? Hearing none, I would ask for a roll call of the vote to be taken.
Yes, sir. Councilor Brown? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Bullock?
Yes.
Councilor Malusi?
Yes.
Councilor Munson?
Yes.
And Councilor Payne?
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion carries.
Good. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the zoning matter for the 19-acre tract on Blue Street, which I think every one of you hopefully took good notes during the public hearing that the planning commission just had on this matter. We will open the public hearing for the council on this same matter, and if those in the audience, anyone in the audience wish to speak with something different than they said earlier, since everybody's already heard it, come forward and make yourself heard.
By now you all. I just wanted to, and I hope you all were present for that discussion, because I wanted to commend, for the record, the planning commission for one of the most thorough and thoughtful discussion of a planning issue that has been my pleasure to be part of for a long time. So thank you very much, one and all. And I trust that you all took good notes, as Mr. Mayor said. I would just like to reiterate a couple of points that were made in part of the discussion. Namely that you have a real chance to do something positive as far as the whole entire plan was. It's been 6 months to the day practically since the small area plan was adopted, and it had very specific list of action items that were supposed to take place for the factory site in particular. Prioritize filling the existing downtown buildings. You're well on your way to doing that. Rezone the factory site for mixed use in partnership with Alba.
What's that?
The way the small area plan reads is to, under action items, 5 action items for the factory site was: number 1, prioritize filling of existing downtown buildings with new mixed uses. Number 2, rezone the factory site for mixed use in partnership with Albemarle County and prospective developers. Number 3, assure regulatory due diligence in factory renovation, environmental assessment, flood maps, traffic impact analysis, and safe access. Number 4, promote and support the mixed-use renovation of the factory. And finally, promote and support the private sector construction of homes on the factory hillside. This proposed rezoning addresses only one of those 5. And it does so as a split parcel for a subject, as Mr. Bayer has said, has been rehashed for over 10 years in in prior actions, with my understanding that request for spot zoning was denied. To split this parcel off from the entirety of the 61 acres site. I don't see any difference between that and spot zoning that's been denied in previous actions. There is a lot of discussion in the Planning Commission hearing about the environmental conditions on the site. That was one of the recommended action items. I would just stress the fact that, as the point was made, although the Waukesha report and the Timmons report identified just a couple of places, maybe on site, that were contaminated with soils. That is the high point, and all of that land drains to the wetlands and across the rest of the site, which is frequently flooded, as we all know. So there is a possibility that contamination has spread across that entire site, and that a thorough environmental analysis really ought to be done before anything is considered. On the hillside as well, anecdotal evidence that too has been used as a dumping site. So I won't address the wetlands issue until later. You've got other recommendations for that. I just, my records are on, my comments are on record. You have the opportunity to do something. Planning, the small area plan, really, I was one of people that, including Councilor Brown, who spent about 6 months working on the small area plan. It was the intent and the understanding of the citizen committee anyway, that what we were recommending in the small area plan was that the entire site itself be the subject of any rezoning. That is not the case in here. So pay attention. You have the amount of time it would take to do an environmental assessment, as was discussed in the Planning Commission, and the amount of time it would take you to adopt a planned unit development ordinance are about the same. There are many examples of planned unit developments out there, which will give as I said, a responsible developer greater creativity to deal with that entire site, and it gives the town council and the town really strict control over what happens. If you adopt this zoning ordinance, it still does not give you any control over what happens on the factory site. If you decide to rezone the wetlands area, which is the subject of the second one, I realize, then you've taken up half of the site, and what you have left in the middle is the turkey, the carcass of the turkey, and it can sit there until who knows how long it will take to do something with that and still be the white elephant and still be a white out of town. So I strongly urge that you consider taking the time to do a planned unit development and do it the right way. Thank you.
Well, thank you for bringing your expertise and your knowledge for both the Planning Commission and the council. Most appreciated. Any other comments from those in attendance? Then I will, with my comment that this particular item was recommended denial at the Planning Commission public hearing, as you heard earlier. I will close this public hearing and ask for any comments or a motion from the council.
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Cable for all of the work and thought she's put into this. And I think she has a good point that optimally it would be great if we could zone all of this or develop a plan for all of this. But it's been my experience over the last 8 years that people who are interested, or developers who are interested in that property, are either interested in developing the factory, or they're interested in developing the 14 acres up on top of it for residential. There are very, very few developers who are going to want to tackle both of those. I would contend or disagree with with Ms. Cable. I personally talked to and walked through the factory with the gentleman who saw the factory as the turkey and the other land as the carcass. So he wanted to, was very interested in developing the factory as an incubator for green energy companies, because it gave them both office space and some space to produce prototypes of what they were building. So I think that and then the fact that it has been on the market since I've been here for 8 or 9 years now, no one has expressed an interest in doing both. And I just don't think that there's market demand out there. And we could wish that, it would all turn into green space and be donated to the town, but that's not going to happen, I don't think. So to me, I think that I'm very concerned that the town's economic viability is at stake here. So we have a lot of businesses that are empty on the street because there's just not enough people here to support those businesses. We have people that want to move here and there's no place for them to move. We've got a parcel of land that has been recommended as for development for residences. And I think this zoning gives us the ability to veto really any sort of large development there that we want. So to me, this seems like a great way to generate some interest in people who are looking to do what we'd like to do with this. To me, it makes no sense to hold off zoning this to look to do environmental assessments, because a developer is going to do that anyway. And I don't see an advantage to the town for us to pay $10,000 or whatever it's going to cost to find out that either it's clean and we don't really get anything out of that as a town, or that it's polluted and we scare every developer away. So to me, that's, paying to put the bullet in the gun that you shoot yourself in the foot with. So I just don't see an advantage to that. So at this point, and for those reasons, I would like to move that the town council approve the application to rezone a 14-acre portion as defined by the town's contract with the.
Stuart, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry, wrong one. I move the town council.
Stuart, I'd like to say a motion's not been called for. We're still having discussion.
Well, I thought we could do a motion and then discuss the motion.
Tell me. I thought we were still having the discussion, and then you make your motion.
It's a little bit of half a dozen of one,
Oh, okay.
6 of the other. It could go either way.
Yeah, I'm willing to hold on. Yep.
Okay.
I don't care where we have a discussion, but.
Let's go ahead and have a motion. Somebody make a motion.
I'd like to have a discussion, further discussion.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Crane.
You got a 70-year-old building up there that's getting older by the day. And as much as I appreciate what the town administration, the town councils, the planning commission, and everybody involved with trying to get that property in a good state and to be a part of our, a productive part of the community, we fall short. And if we had just half as much aggressiveness from the developer or the owner as this town and the citizens have put into it, we wouldn't be having this conversation now. I'm against doing anything that would benefit him. And personally, I think we've got two options. You can tear it down or you can rebuild it, because who knows, in 2 or 3 years' time, we may have to start manufacturing something here in the United States. We've got a problem there, and there's a factory. Yeah, we may have a few tractor trailers, but I've worked up there. I've lived on the corner. I've seen the traffic come by. Of course, when I saw it, it was 40-foot trailers, and I could turn one like a Volkswagen. Now they're 50 and 55, and our infrastructure just isn't built for that. So I'm against doing anything that would aid Dr. Hurt or his business. And let's see what, if he can do something.
Councilor Payne, this is Councilor Gritsko. I thank you for your comments and I understand. Would it be okay if I were to second the motion right now by Councilor Munson?
We don't have a motion yet.
Yeah.
Okay. I will second your motion, Stuart, at the right time.
Remember here is we're talking about the 14 acres up on the hill, not the plant.
That's right. That's right.
That's correct. I got it.
I do have a question because Stuart, you make mention of talking to a potential developer that would be planned, which I know we're not talking about, as a green energy incubator. So what would need to happen with the plant itself in order to make something like that? What would happen there?
Yeah, so I was, as in my position as, the economic development chair, I was trying to show someone who was interested in that property around and with the help of Mr. Lawless, and get a sense of what they were doing and try to see if there was anything that the town could do to facilitate the sale of that, if there was anything that we could do from the town perspective or my perspective that we could do to facilitate that sale, because it seemed like it was or at least see if we could get an offer and some discussion about that. So what the issue that, as I understand it, is that the seller wants a certain amount of money for the whole chunk of land there. So that includes the wetlands and the factory and the land on Bird Street. And if we can put together some combination of offer or offers that will get us to where to that figure or near that figure, then we may be able to do something with the property as a whole. If we aren't able to do that, he's less inclined to negotiate with anybody, and it's just going to sit. So we were hoping to be able to, looking at this from a larger perspective, if we can get him some money for the wetlands, which largely arguably are useless, but if we can or undevelopable, if we can get him some money for that as part of sort of a larger package in his mind that are unrelated pieces of unrelated sales, but still to him, he's going to get the amount that he wants for that total parcel. If we can get a developer in to develop some residential housing up on Bird Street, we can get somebody who's interested in the factory, and we can get him some money for the wetlands. Then all of a sudden we've got something that he'll actually talk to us about. Otherwise, he's just not going to. He's exhibited no interest in sort of working with us at all. So this to me feels like the only opportunity that I've seen since I've been here to actually get some motion on that property. And largely we're getting most of what the town wants. I mean, we're getting some beautiful wetlands that I think are a really important part of the ambience of the town. We get to have some residential up there, some affordable housing residential that we want and that our businesses need. And that then opens up the factory to someone who's going to want to do something with it, such as this incubator. So to me, all of these pieces need to sort of come together if we're going to get some motion on the factory part, which arguably is the hardest part.
Seems a little acting in a backwards manner to me, because if we have someone that's interested in the factory, potentially interested in the factory, in order to make that happen, we first need to go find someone who wants to build on the hill so that the factory can. It just seems a little. It's not a linear process, and maybe it's not supposed to be. But and the thought of Dr. Hurt getting $80,000 for wetlands to make anything else happen, which is
really just a drop in the bucket as far as he's concerned anyway, seems kind of passive. It seems like he's looking for a fast way to get $80,000 and then to leave this town in a lurch. That's what it feels like to me.
So I think it's, I know that there's people have strong feelings about Dr. Hurt and, you know, what we'd like to have, like what we'd like to do with the property. But I think looking at this from at least from my perspective, looking at this how is this going to benefit the town? Where the town is able to obtain some property that I think, as I said, I think really lends a lot of ambience to the town. It gives us a lot of green space, and we don't have to pay anything for it. You know, we kind of get what we want. And I was walking down there today, and you know, there's a lot of folks who walk around in that triangle between the parking lot and the factory and the library. That's a beautiful space, and that's open. We then walk along the levee, and you've got this field and a lot of marshland down there, and there's deer down there, and even if the town never did anything with that, I think just being able to walk around on the levee and have that green space would be a great asset to the town. Yeah, would I like to pay Dr. Hurt less than $80,000 for it? Sure, but I'm not paying him the town is not paying him anything for it. So, you know, we're getting exactly what we want from that land, and we're not paying for it. So to me, it doesn't seem like I don't understand why we wouldn't take that deal. So if Dr. Hurt gets some money for that land, then it in his total perspective of selling this, it gives him a little bit less flexibility or more flexibility to take less money for the factory and still get the total amount that he wants out of the total parcel of the land. So to me, that seems like it's a benefit or it's an advantage towards or assist towards selling the factory as well too.
Yeah, I just speaking specifically to the property up on the hill, and now I'm confused. 14 or 19 acres.
We are still on discussion about the 19-acre
on the hill.
On the hill.
Okay, thank you. You know, so those 19 acres. To Eddie's point, you know, it's privately held, so somebody's going to make money up there at some point. And I think it hasn't moved because the zoning's been unfortunate. Like the zoning up there doesn't allow Dr. Hurt to do much up there, or for anybody to build up there. And so, and this village residential, as we've defined it, is a nice, you know, it continues the pattern from our historic downtown out Bird Street, which I think is good. And to Matt's point, it's half the density of Harrison Street. I mean, it's less dense even than our historic downtown. Some things that gave me pause listening to the Planning Commission's discussion dealt with the wetlands, and I'm only going to speak about indirectly in terms of this open space thing, that the open space of the wetlands could be leveraged to increase density on the 19 acres, which is not what we intend to do by zoning it village residential. The caveat to that, of course, is that, and Matt brought this up, is that density can't be achieved except by special use permit. And so the zoning that we create there is not going to give that density by right. And so the by right density is sort of actually where we'd want it. And correct me if I'm wrong, even if the wetlands are included, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So anyway, so in general, I'm feeling good about doing this rezoning of the 19 acres. The one part that's sticking with me though is the traffic study. And I think there's concern about traffic on the road and how many cars in relation to how many homes are built. And additionally, that like access road, if we do a special use permit or whatever, if we get above 50. So Matt, question, and then I'll finish my comments. Matt, if we, would we achieve the density of housing on the 19 acres without a special use permit that would require an access road for emergency vehicles?
The by right density would not trigger traffic study requirements.
Okay, so that the by right does not trigger traffic study.
That by right is 13 or so, and that from VDOT's perspective is trivial. When you get up into some of the bigger special use permit clusters, then you're very likely to hit VDOT, VDOT wanting to get involved. And even if VDOT didn't want to get involved, Town Council is entirely within its rights to require the traffic study as a condition of any special use permit, to say, I'm not going to vote on your special use permit until I see a traffic study. Go do it.
That is very helpful to know. Thank you.
Before we ask for the motion, Ms. Cable has asked to speak again for just a moment, briefly.
Briefly, believe it or not, I want to put on a developer hat because we had a long discussion with a very successful developer in Charlottesville as well as Northern Virginia, who would have submitted comments, but he was on a plane to Croatia. And the point that he was making, and he is a very successful developer, is that the housing, the ability to build the houses is a subsidy for the amount of money and time it's going to cost to renovate the factory and do something with the factory. If you rezone and take away the hillside, the residential development, then you're taking away a lot of leverage and an incentive for a developer to do it. Remember, the Waukesha report called for a coalition of developers and county people and state agencies and private sector and entrepreneurs to put this, because it is a difficult thing to do. So you're taking away the incentive. If you give away if you, never mind. The point I was going to make about the wetlands is that if you had a planned unit development and the rest of the site as a whole, you could get donation of that land for the wetlands, because you're not getting the land, you're only getting a restrictive easement on top of the land that won't let the builder do anything with it or the owner do anything about it. But you probably could have gotten that land through negotiation anyway. So I would still put in a plug for a planned unit development ordinance and be able to, and then you can still go ahead and get housing on the site, but you would be obliging people to address the entire site as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
Hey,
There's a
Mr.
couple of
Mayor.
questions for staff.
Oh, sorry.
I also have a couple of questions, Mayor. And that is, in particular with the upper lots, there's a lot of discussion about two of the parcels, but there's the middle section that didn't come up in discussion. And I'd just like staff to remind me why we're not also discussing the industrial rezoning to mixed use rezoning or some other use this evening among the other topics.
Sorry, Matt, go ahead. You look like.
No, please.
I was just gonna say the short answer is that zoning's not ready yet. The small area plan instructed a series of zoning revisions. We started with the downtown residential. Tonight, you're looking at the village residential. A commercial or mixed use would be our next step. But the zoning in those areas that's in place currently is still the 1993 Albemarle County zoning and wouldn't be effective.
That's right.
Okay.
The middle chunk stays industrial, no matter what happens tonight. You're right. We're talking about what's above and below it. Industrial is helpful for the green business incubator that Mr. Munson mentioned. Ms. Brown, I think you asked what had to happen afterward. Nothing. If somebody wanted to put new manufacturing in there now, building anything, solar panels, junkyard, that's industrial. Right. They can buy the property and do that, and we don't have to change zoning for that. For some of the mixed use concepts like art studios or apartments, that could maybe be done with the commercial zoning that we have now, but planning commission is expecting to work on our commercial zoning next.
Okay.
What does
Three more.
want? I mean, how would he like to see it zoned? In order to build a fire under him to sell.
How would he like to see it zoned?
Yeah.
he and I have talked about this on occasion, and he has spoken to town council and made applications in the past. Some of his money has been made in commercial real estate development. I think more of it has been made in housing development. His past applications, which planning commission and town council have denied, have been for housing development. I hesitate to put words in his mouth, but it's possible that there's easier money to be made in houses than in factories.
So he's not open to breaking up. He'd rather sell the whole 61 acres. But would he be open up to rezoning as we're speaking about and leaving the other acreage as is?
The parcels are separate. They can be sold separately. I don't think I can say what he would prefer to do.
Well, he seems to be grouping all three together.
Yes, we do have several moving parts that we got to juggle. That's true.
Yeah.
So it's my understanding that he has come, when I was on the planning commission, he came at least once with a proposal to put in very dense cluster housing in just that 19-acre parcel. So
Correct.
he's looking to sell it, any way he can make some money on it. So if he can sell it in pieces and make money, he'll do that. I think if he could sell it as a whole and make as much money as he'd like to, he would do that. But there's just nobody who's interested in both resident, or very few people who are interested in that whole chunk of land.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
So I have 3 more questions. The next one is in regards to the regulatory requirements. In regards to this environmental or soil study, can our Virginia Outdoors Foundation contract that's later on the agenda be revised to include that as part of the 80? So it reduces the 80 to 70 plus 10 going towards that study. Is that something that could be considered?
You can propose amendments to your contract to that effect. The
Okay.
Foundation has not required that. They are satisfied with the paperwork as it is now.
Okay.
But if council's wrong, you're free to make count.
Because that doesn't change their commitment, but it does change the commitment conversation between the town and the property owner.
Yes.
Okay, next, is it required for the developer to complete that phase 2 study or environmental study in order to build? Because I've gotten conflicting information between the public comments and some of the staff answers. I want to understand that very clearly. Like, does that have to happen for someone to break ground?
I don't know enough about building permits. I wouldn't want to tell you wrong about that.
Okay. Next, all right. So my second of the 3 questions, the upper level is the upper LLC for the tire factory for that that land, that plat. The wetlands is a lower level LLC. I'm very confused how 2 separate LLCs can suddenly be sharing open land use in the discussion about development for the upper lot. I don't see, if they have 2 LLCs and they're 2 plats, how can that be counted towards future building on the upper LLC?
Good question.
It's a good question. It's getting into a level of real estate knowledge that I don't have to look at Mr. Holt. Whether the LLCs be restructured, certainly one owner with the 2 entities, he's managing his liability between them. I don't think it's very hard to transfer property from one LLC to another. So if what you say were not possible, it would not be hard to work around it by simply transferring the land between LLCs.
Right.
It may be possible for someone who is the common owner of multiple businesses to do some kind of joint application. But the easiest fix to accomplish what the builder maybe has in mind might just be.
Okay. And for the planned use development, does that require rezoning before we can have a discussion about a planned use development? Are they tied together in any way, that conversation and those actions?
The PUD that Ms. Cable mentioned is a slower process that gives you more control. Currently, the town does not have that PUD ordinance on the books. Council has looked at it in the past, and we've gotten some help with it. What you do on the PUD is adopt an ordinance which provides a framework for negotiation. And then a builder with a project idea says, your underlying zoning doesn't let me do what I want to do. I propose a PUD project on these parcels. Please rezone it to PUD. That supersedes everything else and lets you consider on a case-by-case basis their creative idea. Ms. Cable spoke to this, I think, very accurately. Of it, it gives council more control, it gives the builder more creativity, but it means that nothing is violent. You have to look at everything case by case. So it's potentially more flexible, but it's also slower and more unpredictable.
For every single build versus the special use permit.
That's right. And until you make a PUD decision, the underlying zoning stays in place. So if you had the plan unit development, you wanted to keep this as industrial, it would stay industrial until somebody brought you a PUD concept that you thought was compelling.
Okay.
Which could be good. That's a strong negotiating position, but it's far.
Laura, have your
Okay.
questions been answered?
Yeah, those are my initial questions. I might add a comment later, but go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I would like to make a couple comments. And I, first of all, want to thank everyone's patience. It's been a mighty long meeting, and I thank you for a lot of the work that's been done, especially by the Planning Commission and all the research that you've done. Matt, I thank you and the staff for all that you've done. And I want to follow up on something that Mr. Munson said, because I think sometimes Ms. Cable made a comment about the details, but I think the details sometimes we lose the forest because of the trees. And I want to encourage Mrs. Cable not to lose the forest because of the trees, because in this case, when people came to Scottsville in 1744 and many other generations, they came here because of the economics of the James River. Generations later, they were here because of the economics of trade that came here. Many of us came here because of a job or a spouse's job, or being a dad of 6, I've seen each one of my kids get their jobs here in Scottsville. And I think one of the things that Mr. Munson brings up is ultimately the bottom line behind parks are nice as much as I love working on them, and our residential areas are important. But ultimately, the economics of our community are our lifeblood. And if anything, we should know from COVID is how dramatic that can be easily impacted. And so going back to Mr. Munson's comments, I think it's obvious that this site, which was originally a factory, which again, if we were to rebuild it today, we may not do so. There's lots of vacant factories around the country at the moment. And Scottsville is certainly not the most interesting one of all of them out there. And I think it's a good point that Councilor Payne made, that perhaps the landowners' activities have also lent to the inaction. But let's also, as a council and as a planning commission, let's not get in the way. Mr. Peck will probably remember one time where I was in opposition to something that he was very much in support of. And I took him aside at one point and I said, I support your effort because it's so difficult. It's so extremely difficult to get things through that it's worth us supporting. So I speak to the Planning Commission, I speak to my fellow town councilors, and I speak to the citizens out there. I think it's time for us as a town to move forward. We've tried a lot of different ways on these sites, and these are not perfect plans. They're not perfect ideas. It's not a be all do all tonight, but we've got to move forward, my friends. This is enough. And I just want to suggest to each of you, I realize there's many imperfections in these plans, and if we do that, we can wipe out any plan. But these imperfect plans, I think, very much are to the benefit of our town and give us reason to move forward.
Thank you, Dan. We have had a lot of discussion prior to a motion, so let's have a motion on this.
Okay, I move that the town council approve the application to rezone the parcel identified by tax map number 130-43D from industrial to village residential.
Thank you, Stuart. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Thank you, Dan. I think we've had enough discussion, but if anyone else has to say, please feel free. Otherwise, I will call for the vote, Mr. Unsworth.
Yes, sir. Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Bullock,
Yes.
Councillor Gritsko,
Yes.
Councillor Malusi,
No.
Councillor Munson,
Yes.
and Councillor Payne.
No.
That is a tie vote, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor votes in favor of the change.
Thank you very much. The motion will carry 4-3.
Now, let's go on to the next item, which is the 14 acres of wetland. You heard all the public hearing, but I'm going to open a new public hearing on this one and see if Ms. Cable has anything she wants to share at this point. If we can make it brief so we can get out of here. We had a lot of good information at the Planning Commission public hearing, but we will certainly give her an opportunity to speak again since it's a different public hearing.
We did. In answer to Councilor Malusi's question, I would think that the town could ask for baseline documentation, which is one of the in the draft, the template for the VOF easements. They usually do call for a baseline documentation. You could go ahead and do the rezoning for public park, but hold up the grant, I would think. If you make those, make that a requirement of the rezoning, that there needs to be a baseline documentation. That may be possible to do. Again, if you had a PUD, you could probably have gotten that land through negotiation. I would just remind you that the town will not own the land. The landowner still owns the land under easement. And we can always build wetlands. I mean, in wetlands, we can build boardwalks. I was privy to be part of planning the 1,200 acre park in Fairfax. That when we first walked the land with Senator Byrd, we could walk the land. Now, 20 years later, it is total wetlands with this gorgeous boardwalk that goes for a mile and probably has 20,000 visitors a year. So it is possible to carefully build in wetlands, and you build something that can withstand flooding. Huntley Meadows.
I love it.
Right. That knows it. I'm done with Huntley Meadows Park. I can all go up there sometime and see this park. So.
Once again, we'll thank Ms. Cable for her knowledge and expertise and taking the time to share it with both the Planning Commission and Town Council. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak towards this matter? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. I will now ask, we're going to do it the right way, for a motion, a second, and then discussion, and then a vote. Motion, please, whether to approve or deny this request. As you heard earlier, the Planning Commission voted to deny the change.
I will move that the town council approve the application to rezone a 14 acre portion as defined by the town contract with the Virginia Outdoor Foundation of the parcel identified by tax map number 130-43 from industrial to public, with the proviso that we do some basic testing to understand if there has been any pollution in that parcel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Munson, I think we need a little more clarity on that motion. Are we asking, we had discussion earlier about including that in the VOF contract? Or,
yes, I think that, yes, I wanted to include that in the VOF contract. Well, yeah.
Matt, sorry, you looked like you were going to say something there, Matt.
Yes, I don't know how to put a condition on the map amendment.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
The map is something that y'all control, so the map change is effective when you pass it. I think if you want to delay something taking effect, negotiating the easement would be the way to go. And either do the map amendment now or do the map amendment later. That's a pleasure. But the easement is not in place until you finalize that deal. And if you want to put conditions on that deal,
is it worth maybe cautioning against if there is something that could make the deal fall through and the rezoning is contingent on the deal? Should we caution against the rezoning before approaching renegotiation?
Council can amend the zoning map whenever it likes. The easement is contingent on the zoning, not the other way around.
So should we table this?
Right.
If absent any motion, the map stays the same.
This is the motion for the zoning, though. That's what Stuart just asked, right?
Yes, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilman, but the floor is yours for me.
Apologies. Yeah, it's just the zoning map motion here to change the zoning map could not really be made contingent on anything else. It either has to happen or does not.
I think Stuart, maybe go back and if you want to just make it that way. Is there a way? His point is a good one. We want to be aware of any unknown about issues that are there. How do we address those? How do we know about those?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question, Matt. If we execute the contract as it exists currently, and there is talk, who's in the wetlands? Who's responsible for cleaning it up?
That might be one of the advantages of buying an easement, not buying too simple, that we have not bought every historical liability that goes with this property. So
That was my thinking, and that's if the land ownership remains with Dr. Hurt, if something nasty is found down there, we can just kind of walk away and the easement stays in place, and we can put up signs and tell people not to walk in there, but we're not responsible for doing anything about it.
I don't feel super comfortable with that without an attorney present, just because there's other language in that contract that does make the town and the property owner both contributing to maintenance, and that could be interpreted as maintenance, right? So I don't feel super comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think, Laura, your point's good, and it seems as though there's a few loose ends related to the issue
The
of
contract.
Yeah.
The easement contract, yeah. But the land, just as this motion is still hanging, apologies, I think there is consensus that that land would be beneficial public regardless of who owns it or who doesn't in terms of the zoning conversation, right? Because it can't be developed. It does help, wildlife. It does help green life. It helps the environment, right? Like I didn't hear any public comment against that aspect of the conversation. It was more in tandem with other and the current property owner.
Laura, do you want to make a motion that goes in line with what you're thinking?
Let's have, let's clarify Stuart's motion first. If Stuart has made a motion, do you want to withdraw your motion, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Stuart has withdrawn his motion, so if someone else would like to make a motion, now is the time.
So we can make a motion to just make that property public without doing anything with the contract, correct?
Can we just do that? Can we take somebody's land and rezone it to public if we don't own it?
That's what we're doing with the upper.
But we're increasing the value of it, though. So I don't think there would be any problem. I don't think the owner would object to that. I don't know whether we can just sort of we can rezone that to something that's public.
it's, this does have the effect of a small downzoning. Where by removing the industrial property rights, we're making the property less valuable.
Yep.
And sometimes that's upsetting.
Yeah, I mean, I support the motion conceptually, but I'm also have some concerns that we're taking away someone's property value, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that precedent.
Sorry, go ahead, Lindsay.
It feels like we should negotiate the contract, table the rezoning, and then
my thinking
to it.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
And I was just going to say procedurally, the public hearing requirement on this has been filled. So if you want to take a work session to talk with Jim at your next business session, you could pick this up again without having to
Yeah.
re-advertise and.
I think that's a
do all
good
that.
idea.
I'll make a, I don't know if this needs to be an official motion, but I'll make an emotion to table this discussion
Yeah.
in regard to the 14-acre portion as defined by the town's contract with the Virginia Outdoors Foundation of the parts identified by tax map 130-43 from industrial to public.
And how long would you like to propose to table it for, Laura?
At least until next month's meeting.
Okay, until next meeting.
So now is there a second to Laura's motion?
Second
I'll-
that.
Mm,
We need a voice vote on this.
I think I got 3 seconds on
I was
that.
gonna say. I'll give it to Eddie.
Go ahead and call for the vote there.
Yes, sir. Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Gritzko,
Yes.
Counselor Malusi,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
and Counselor Payne.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Next is a public hearing on this would be the Confederate Street. This is the 1 acre lot, the one that abuts Van Cleve. So I'll open the public hearing on that rezoning from village residential to public land, noting that the recommendation of the planning commission was to approve that rezoning. And is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak towards that? And hearing none, we will close the public hearing and we will ask someone in the council to make a motion.
I will make.
Go ahead.
For the proposed rezoning of village residential to public for tax map number 130A2-03.
And I'm sorry, Lindsay, I picked up every word of that except for the key verb. If you would just repeat.
I make that motion to approve.
Approve. Okay, thank you very much.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And any further discussion? If not, would you call for a vote, Mr. Unsworth?
Certainly. Counselor Brown,
Yes.
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
Counselor Gritzko,
Yes.
Counselor Malusi,
Yes.
Counselor Munson,
Yes.
and Counselor Payne.
No.
Thank you all very much. The motion will carry 5-1.
Okay, next is the other Confederate Street lot, the one that's between the two residences in existence at this time, and I will open a public hearing on that. Ask if anyone from the public wishes to speak. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing, and we will ask for a motion noting that the planning commission recommended denying that.
I would, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we deny it.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
I'd like to speak to it because I think, first of all, I know the council knows this, but I think the public probably does not. I'm a big advocate of the purchase of that property. And I think tonight was very helpful that a lot of residents were able to express their concerns. And I think, first of all, I think the residents should rest at ease that although the town owns that property, and I think it's important that the town does own that property, and I hope we keep it for a long time, that I think we need to have further dialogue with the residents. And before we do anything there, I want them to know it was a long-term purchase when it was, the opportunity arose. It was not based on current conditions. And it goes back to what I said before. We as a town council are charged with being very forward-thinking. So based on current conditions right now, you would say, well, that property would be something that would not be usable to the public, and that would be correct. But hopefully that will be different 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now, that opportunity for that piece of land, for us to work with you, the landowners, to talk through your property. We do not want to do anything that is offensive to you. And I think, again, this was openly purchased 3 years ago as a town in open meetings and open discussions. Nothing was hidden about it. And I think it's good
that you all have raised your concerns, and we're listening as a town council. In other words, as much as it would be good as all we were simply doing with this motion was to clean up basically it's town-owned property, so it was simply trying to clean up, done by the recommendation of our attorney. That being said, I think if we put that on hold at the moment, we continue owning the property, but we have further dialogue with the landowners. We're all ears. So I just want you all to know again that this vote at the moment isn't at all to say that we won't use it in a public way in the future. What it is a vote is to say that we're not going to do public things without very open and long conversations with everybody involved. That's what I want you to know as residents. And I think whether it's this council or a future council or a future mayor, we very much want to be very open with the town. We don't want to do anything in secret. We don't want people to feel like the town has done this or that or the other thing. And so I think if anything happened tonight, the residents were made aware of something they weren't aware of. And since we have heard, we want to make sure that we really do listen. And I appreciate the efforts of the landowners who've kept that property taken care of and who've loved that and it's been so important in your family. I was honored to hear of your history and your families and all that it means to you. And that means a lot to us. And so long and short of it is the effort of us, what we're doing tonight is simply, we're going to keep the possession of the property, but we're not doing anything with it other than having it as something that we will consult with you all years on down the line as we think together about how do we make our town better. Just wanted you to hear that from me.
Great. Yes, sir, Eddie.
I think that the Townsend family and the Kelly family, and I've known both families all my life, and I spent a lot of time in the house adjacent where Dennis and Brenda live now, which is on top of the hill. Almost grew up there. And over the years, and even since the Kellys moved there, they've been more than patient with the public when it came to parking and visitation of the monuments there. I dare say the town hasn't heard anything out of them except for the one time I brought it up 2 years ago. But again, they've been very patient and all the upkeep has been theirs. And I think we owe them a debt of gratitude to keep it looking as nice as they do. Plus, we should, go up, over and above to maintain this piece of property. Because basically, the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, we bought it and have done nothing to it.
That's correct. Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, that in itself hopefully shows the residents. The only thing, again, that's the only reason this has even come about has been, Matt, you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but the recommendation of our town attorney, we simply have been trying to clean up some things. And I think it's good that it helped the residents be aware of something that actually took place some years ago. And again, it was never intended to be without anybody's knowledge. And it's good that they know about it so we can keep it in front of everybody as we go forward.
Okay, have we had a second on this one?
Stuart got it, yes.
Stuart got the second. Okay, would you call for the vote, please? Mr. Unsworth?
Sorry, I was on mute there. Yes, sir. Let's see, Councilor Brown,
Yes.
Councilor Bullock.
Yes. To deny, just making sure.
This is a motion to deny,
Okay.
correct? Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gritzko.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes. Councilor Gritzko, you got a demotion there. Councilor Malusi,
Yes.
Councilor Munson,
Yes.
and Councilor Payne.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion will carry 6-0.
Just one comment before we quickly move to the next agenda item, and that is that council's reviewed several other situations very similar to the discussion where easements or right-of-ways crossed over property, and those were all village residential. So I just wanted to point that out for the notes.
Thank you, Laura. The next item is public hearing on the Bruce Park matter. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak? No being the answer. Close the public hearing. You all heard the planning commission recommendation to on Bruce Park, I skipped over the fire department. So Bruce Park's what we're talking about. Planning Commission recommended changing that. So do I hear a motion to change the zoning for Bruce Park from downtown residential to public?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
And any more discussion on that one?
Sounds good.
Call for vote.
Sir, Councilor Brown,
Yes.
Councilor Bullock,
Yes.
Councilor Gritzko,
Yes.
Councilor Malusi,
Yes.
Councilor Munson,
Yes.
and Councilor Payne.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion will carry 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go back to the fire department, the lot next to the fire department parking lot that was annexed not too long ago from Albemarle County. Open a public hearing on that one. Anyone wish to speak? Close the public hearing on that one, and we'll ask for a motion from council to change that from village residential to public.
Ron, before we accept the motion, when it goes public, it's still up to the town of Scottsville to maintain it until the fire department does whatever they're going to do with it, and then they'll maintain it, or how's that going to work?
The ownership here, sir, is the fire department owns that property. The ownership and control does not change. The extent that they've been maintaining that property, they should continue to do so. Zoning in public does not obligate the town to do maintenance work.
Okay, so any type of landscaping, et cetera, would have to go through the fire department.
That's right. The owner controls the property, but the uses are limited very tightly to public benefits.
And the reason I asked that was an adjacent property owner that questioned me, so I'll have an answer. Thank you.
So we vote on this. Have we taken a motion yet?
No, sir.
Okay.
For the proposed rezoning from village residential to public, the tax map number 130-25J.
Is there a second?
A second.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Unsworth.
Yes, sir. Councilor Brown, Councilor Bullock,
Yes.
Councilor Gritzko,
Yes.
Councilor Malusi,
Yes.
Councilor Munson,
Yes.
and Councilor Payne.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion will carry 6-0.
Okay, our final public hearing of the evening is the conservation easement with the Virginia Outdoor Foundation and Virginia Land Company. This public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to speak to that? Hearing no one, I will close the public hearing and ask Matt to just kind of basically run over that real quick. Is that just the council approving this deal right now?
Yes, so the easement before you now carries the approval to form from our attorney and the recommendation from the Outdoors Foundation that yes, this is consistent with their grant policies and they like it as a good use of their funds. The property owner, Lower Bridge Street LLC, Charles Hurt Principal, agrees to this, but there have certainly been concerns expressed in the public hearing, and council has had discussion about, do you want to take action on this as it stands now, or do you want to make some sort of counter offer with instructions to your attorney to try to improve this deal? It's ready from the other two parties, but it's on town council and important to decide. Do you think this is a good use of our partner funds and of the town's match? We have to pay survey costs on this property, and there'll be a little bit of closing costs at legal. So we have the better part of $9,000 put into this. That's in our budget. We can handle it, but it's spending to get a deal done. I don't think it's a good deal.
So what kind of motion should we have? Either accept, deny, or table?
I would either accept or if denied, give the attorney on instructions on how to proceed.
Heard that. We hear a motion of some type.
So this goes back to the conversation we were having, going to our town attorney to renegotiate
Mhm.
for the environmental.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Sorry.
Speak up a little.
Oh, sorry. Just saying, this goes back to the previous discussion of us going back and renegotiating some of the points such as the environmental testing and who does the cleanup work if we find that there is repair work, out of lack of a better term, to be done. So remediation.
Mm.
I briefly tried to look in this easement for who is responsible for remediation, and not your attorney, but at first glance, that was not clear.
I also have a question about this site, and just sort of about the and again, I think we need more discussion. I think this will be a tabling thing, but I just want to get this out there while we're all here together. You know, being a wetlands as it is, we really can't do it. It's really hard to build anything down there. I mean, that land gets really, really wet. And I guess I have not yet seen a major boardwalk project through a wetlands area. I mean, I guess I have, but they're rather tall. You know, and we can't really build anything off the levee wall. And so I guess I'm now wondering what we can actually do with it as a public property that it isn't just going to do on its own. The only caveat to that, I suppose, is if this easement protects it from infill, because that I think would be a benefit in terms of protecting it as a wildlife sanctuary, refuge, wetlands. Because otherwise, you can't build anything in it. We won't be able to do much of anything with it except for, you know, enjoy it, which we should. But I don't know if we need to spend, or if we even need a contract or a grant to do that. It might just do that on its own. But to that point, my question is, if it does not have a conservation easement and development happens on that site, could the wetlands be used as infill or retention ponds or something like that that would in fact disrupt the wetlands?
We have, I'm not sure. We have some ability to push back on destruction of wetlands. If we had a construction proposal that cut down trees in there or did cut and fill and dump earth in there, I think I would try to oppose that. I've seen wetlands destroyed in other places. I don't know how solid the protection is. I guess I would defer back to the Eagles Foundation, and I'm sorry I can't, but if they feel that it is important to lock in perpetual preservation of the property.
One of the things, Zach, and sorry. One of the things I was just going to say, Zach, and this is from having been on the council for 11 years, probably for the first 5 years I was on the council, I can't tell you, and Ron, maybe you could remember some of this too, is I can't tell you how many different times somebody said, the town should have done this, blah, years ago. The town should have got a hold of the property along the river. The town should have done this, whatever it is. And
I think we talked about that last time.
Well, yes. Well, here's what I was going to say is that kind of goes back to the conversation that we just had about that property along Confederate Street, is that, no, that's not a piece of land that's going to be something we can use right now, but in the future it will be. And right now, this is the same thing. We might not have the use for those wetlands at the moment, but if we've been given the opportunity to protect them and to get them, let's grab them. Like, let's do it. Let's take advantage of it. Is it possible we could get a better deal? Maybe, and we'll have to defer to our town administrator and our mayor on that. But I will just say, sometimes, again, as I've done this longer, I am less and less worried about, can I put the dot in front of me right now? I appreciate people like Laura who are very fixed on making sure the dots make sense, and we need that. But at the same time, sometimes we got to think, we got to throw a touchdown that's 50 yards down the field for the future. And this is just one of those examples. Again, I don't know that we have all of the pieces, but we're going to look to you, Matt. Matt, we're going to thank you for getting it right, and we're going to throw rocks at you if you don't.
But
yeah, I think that's a really, really good point. So I haven't talked to anybody who doesn't like that area the way it is now. And if we have the chance to preserve it as it is now and possibly, put some trails through there or do something that we the town want to do with it later on, we should grab the chance to do that. These kinds of opportunities don't come along very often, and it may not be perfect, but it's pretty darn close to what most everybody wants. And I think it's important to protect that for the town and into the future. So.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Laura.
I have a question that really sort of shone through to me in the public comment tonight that I want to clarify if I'm interpreting it right. And that is, with this VOF grant and easement, there was an opportunity for the property owner to gift it to the town. So that $80,000, they could have gifted the whole property to the town, and they have chosen not to, but to maintain the ownership for that $80,000. Did I hear that correctly? And is that correct?
I think you did.
The comment related to the overall negotiation of the whole site, that if you were doing a package deal negotiation of build this over here, renovate this, donate this, that there might be some overall negotiation to do that resulted in a donation of public space. We've never received such an offer. The comment was about future negotiation and what the town's best played hand might be. But this property owner has never offered any donation to us.
Well, that's actually not totally correct. Not in this scenario. We did get the Mink Creek Trail easement from Dr. Hurt, and it took a while, but we did get that. And I think, Laura, your point is a good one. At the same time, it's kind of go back to what Stuart says. Do we wait longer and try to have him give it to us, or do we take the advantage of what we've got right now and we have a grantor who's going to help us? It's a judgment call either way.
Well, the reason I ask is I'm weighing it in this discussion of, do we table or deny this easement to go back and have a conversation about the soil testing based on the likelihood that that's going to get us somewhere. And that's why that question was important to me to understand that negotiation.
Yeah. And I guess for me, the most important thing is the liability angle. I think I don't have a clear enough understanding of what we are not liable for. That would be good to know. I'm actually not that concerned about the environmental study, believe it or not, because I don't think we're going to use it. I don't think there are going to be people down there. And so I think the environmental side of things from the town's perspective is preserving it and really not interfering with it. But I would be concerned that if there was an environmental issue down there, that we'd be on the hook for it. So the liability angle is important for me. And the other part is the preservation bit. If there is development at this site and up on the hill, if we don't have this in place, would a developer just be able to, if they bought, if they took control of these plots of land, would they be able to use it as infill or something like that? And does this give us assured protection against that? So that's what I'd like to know going forward.
Yeah, I agree. These are good points, good questions.
I think also going back to something Councilor Payne said at the beginning, which is valid, it reminds me of the movie Secondhand Lines. I don't know if y'all see the movie Secondhand Lines, but ultimately in this situation, we are trying to make movement in a situation where there hasn't been movement. Ideally, the landowner himself would do things possibly differently, but there's been a lot of work, and Stuart, I appreciate it, since I, in a very flailing way, did economic development before you did, and you did a good job at it. I appreciate that effort and see it through some of the same eyes that you do, and recognize ultimately we want to see how this can progress. And this, again, going back to the land part of it. Matt, this is one question for you.
since the other part of it we're waiting on, should we wait on this too, or do we do this also? Does that make sense? In other words, the other part of this we're going to be waiting on. Do we wait on this part of it also when we vote on them both at the same time?
That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you.
Yep.
Since you've already tabled the zoning map, and the zoning map is required for the easement to go into effect, I would suggest that if you approve the easement, you go back and re-examine your zoning decision. Because
Yeah, we want to address, hopefully you hear the questions. Ultimately, the question is we want to make sure that the legal eyes look at this. We do want to, at least I think for my part, I'd like to pass it, but I want to go heed what Laura said, is that we want to make sure that it's been through good legal eyes and we're not missing something.
I want to highlight one thing Matt said there at the end, which is that this conservation easement agreement requires the rezoning to public of the land that it takes, which is the other discussion that you already tabled.
Sure.
So Matt's point there was, if you approve this, we need to immediately go back and reassess the first decision.
Well, I think Thomas, what I'm saying is that we would do them together. Like that's the point.
Right.
With the goal of passing both of them.
Right. Yep. And I think we have your questions here well documented and can certainly get some answers on that.
Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I add some new things to the agenda shortly?
I hope it's a story.
So, I'd like to make a motion to also table this discussion until next meeting, concurrent with the discussion of the rezoning.
Second.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Wentworth.
Yes, sir. Just getting the second from Mr. Bullock, I believe, from that first. Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Bullock.
Yes.
Councillor Gritzko.
Yes.
Councillor Malusi.
Yes.
Councillor Munson.
Yes.
And Councillor Payne.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion will carry 6-0.
Next on the agenda is the grant loan agreement for the purchase of police vehicle through the USDA. I think everybody's familiar with that. Matt wants to hit the highlights real quick.
Town council has to vote before taking on any debt. There's a grant provision, which is $45,000. The loan is $15,200 on a 5-year term at 2.25% in the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Any questions for Matt?
Matt, your recommendation?
This is far and away the best way to buy a police car.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Me too.
Have a motion, please.
I make a motion that we approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
This is one we'll take a voice vote. An individual poll vote. Mr. Unsworth?
Yes, sir. Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Bullock.
Yes.
Councillor Gritzko.
Yes.
Councillor Malusi.
Yes.
Councillor Munson.
Yes.
And Councillor Payne.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion will carry 6-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the contribution to the Manhattan Ferry, to the Albemarle Charlottesville Historical Society. We talked about this at work session. We talked about $1,000. We talked about $500. What would we like to do with this?
I'd like to make a motion that we give them $500 now, and we as a council take it up again. I recommend a year from now we give $500 next year. So my current motion is $500 now.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
Done.
And is there any further discussion on that motion?
I think we should give them the 1,000 now. I think we've got it. We've got it in the budget for the year. It's not that much money, and they're requesting it. And I think we've already told them that we're good for money, and it's an investment we want to make in the historical preservation of the area and tourism. And I think putting forth $1,000 is a good faith show that we sort of believe in the project and we're willing to put our money where our mouth is, and we've got it. So I'd like to give them the 1,000.
Okay, the motion for 500. If Mr. Briscoe would like to change his motion to 7,000, we will do well.
I have my motion that stands at the moment. I just want to know in the discussion before I'm willing to switch, but I don't want to get debating too much on the money. It's a little late tonight. Just tell me another counselor, Laura, 500 or 1,000, or Eddie, 500 or tell me real quick. We'll go one way or the other. Who'll give me 5? Who will give me 5? Who'll give me 1,000?
Do we give $500 to the fire department for fireworks this year?
We did not. I don't think so.
Let's go for 1,000.
Okay, Eddie's for 1,000. Sounds good. 1,000 sold, Eddie. Okay, I remove my proposal.
We'll edit it. I will show that Mr. Gritzko has amended his motion to be $1,000.
And I'll second that.
Been seconded by Stewart. Is there any other discussion?
Thank you. Yeah, that makes good sense.
If not, let's have a vote. Mr. Unsworth?
Yes, sir. Councilor Brown,
Yes.
Councilor Bullock,
Yes.
Councilor Gritzko,
Yes.
Councilor Malusi,
Yes.
Councilor Munson,
Yes.
and Councilor Payne.
Yes.
Thank you all very much. The motion will carry 6-0.
Next on the agenda is planning commission appointments. Brandon Strasser has term expired. It's been recommended for a new term to run through June 30th, 2025. Somebody like to approve that or make a motion that Shannon be reappointed for another 2-year term?
I
So
will
moved.
the reappoint Shannon Strasner for her new term, June 30th, 2025.
I second.
Second.
Yeah, well,
I do have a motion and a second, yes.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The other is to accept the resignation of Josh Beck, whose term is to run through June of 2024.
I beg your pardon, you do have an applicant which planning commission vetted and recommended to fill that vacancy.
Okay.
That is Mr. Matthew Johnson, resident on Valley Street.
Okay, since I didn't have his name on my agenda list, there I overlooked that.
Beg your pardon.
Okay, Matthew Johnson, who has would like to serve on the planning commission to fulfill Josh's term. Is that what he's doing?
Yes.
Okay. I've met him. I think he'd be a real asset to the planning commission because he's a renter, not a property owner. He brings another dimension of local residency to the planning commission. So do I hear a motion that we appoint Matthew Johnson to the fill the unexpired term of Josh Beck?
I so move.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very much. Public forum, unless now isn't anything else. Public forum is over with. The consent calendar, which is usually at the beginning of these things, the financial report for May and the past minutes for May 10th, the work session.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Mayor. I can't understand you.
The consent calendar, which is the financial report for May and minutes for the May 10th work session and the May 17th regular meeting. Do I hear?
I have to ask that we strike the May 17th regular session. I did not circulate those to you guys in time. Apologies for that.
So we have a motion to accept the minutes of the work session of May 10th, the financial May 2021.
I move to accept the consent calendar items.
Thank you. Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Forces, committees, planning commission. Anybody have anything to add to whatever the mayor reported?
Matt, can you check that microphone? We're getting a lot of sort of reverb or feedback. There's a strange
Yeah.
distortion coming through all of a sudden.
I hear it too, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Aliens.
Ah, okay.
It's much better.
Now I can
Thank
hear
you. Yeah.
Stop working at 10:45.
Fair.
Any committee heads, chairman, ARB, anything to report other than what you reported at the work session?
Just a very quick thing, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to share this, and Laura, why don't you share something really quick too? We had a very good meeting with the Department of Wildlife Resources, had a good chat at the the landing and also had a good chat at the nature area. I will tell you, they gave me some ideas about how we can move the dock forward, which I will happily take about a half hour and tell you another night. Laura, if you want to tell them some thoughts about what they said about the landing.
Yeah, we had a really good discussion in terms of partnering on improving the public boat landing. And they have examples in other locations across Virginia where they are sending us memorandum of understanding. So we as a council can look at those examples and have some guidance for our conversation. So it was really good discussion.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to join in on that meeting, and then they have some good plans for down there. Staff reports, anything that you haven't touched on that you'd like to touch on?
Event planning, Bateau Festival, Pollinator Day, Independence Day.
All right,
It's
three.
It's prime time here, and I hope very much that we don't have a washout on Bateau Festival.
Yeah.
Weather forecast is not changing.
And we're working on
great.
Working on Community Day in September. We're starting to get some groups lined up. I talked to the Boys and Girls Club about an open house and setting up a display at the farmer's market for that day. And so things are coming together slowly but surely for Community Day. Does anybody else have anything they wish to mention? Yes, sir, Thomas.
Just want to let you all know that our newest employee, the DMV supervisor, Latoya Hamlet, will be starting 1 week from today. So if you're free sometime next week, please stop by the office and introduce yourself and make her feel welcome.
And I have a few quick updates. I'll abbreviate them even further. One is for the farmers market. We're seeking a new farmers market manager, approximately 10 hours a week. So please, if you have somebody that you think might be a good fit, send them to the town office to learn more. And then government services, among many things that we discussed, we are continuing our ongoing discussion in regards to town maintenance needs and landscaping. So just wanted to share that that's an ongoing discussion.
Okay, anybody else? Well, thank everybody for their input tonight. Thank our people that came from to be in our public hearings with their participation, and we may have set a new record for the longest meeting in the last few years. So, well, we got a lot accomplished, so that's the main thing. So if no other business, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you again for everything you do.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you all very much.